All right, hey everyone, let's get started. All right, we should be live. Hopefully y'all can hear me. Let me know if there are any issues. And yeah, so today is the ICPC North America South Division Regional. Going to be a very exciting contest. For the competing teams, this will be the first contest on the path to the 2024 ICPC World Finals being held in Kazakhstan, I believe. And so today we're going to watch the contest. We're going to look at some of the problems, maybe even solve a few of them. We're going to watch the scoreboard. We're going to talk about the top teams competing to advance to the 2024 ICPC North America Championship. And we'll even have a special guest or two along the way. So here, maybe now I'll show you. We've got a view of the contest room. You can see that the competitors are getting settled in. And yeah, so we don't have that, or so this is just one room being held, or this is one room where some of the teams from the contest will be working. So to give you a sense of what this contest is, if you're unfamiliar, so this is the ICPC South Division Regional, and the way that works is that in the US, or the US or North America in general, is split into a number of ICPC regions. And recently, 3 of those regions, the Southeast, the South Central, and the Mid-Atlantic regions, are all being merged into one South Division. And so what that means is that we have 3 regionals taking place on one problem set, and all of the teams will be ranked on the same scoreboard. And so the teams are gathering at a bunch of different contest sites. This is just one of them. I believe these are some of the teams at Florida State University. And there will be one scoreboard that I'll show you once the contest begins. And the top teams from that scoreboard will advance to the North America Championship. So to give you a little bit of detail on how that's going to work, so this contest is taking place in 2 divisions. There's Division 2, which is designed to be more accessible to entry-level programmers, and Division 1, which is designed to be interesting and engaging for some of the top teams in the country. And there will be a combined scoreboard for all of the teams in the South Division, but there will also be separate scoreboards for each of our 3 regions: South Central, Southeast, and Mid-Atlantic. And the top 3 teams from each of those 3 regions individually will advance to the North America Championship. And so in that sense, the most important thing for each of these teams is their individual region scoreboard. However, after these 3 teams have received their automatic North America Championship qualification, there may be some wild card slots allotted to remaining teams, and those will go to the top teams on the combined scoreboard across all 3 regions, among those teams that did not already advance to the North America Championship. Yeah, so that's what we're doing today. The contest is going to begin in 8 minutes. Once it begins, we should see a pretty quick start. For the past few years, many of the easy problems have been placed at the beginning or the end of the problem set, which is where many of the teams will look first. And so we should see the first submissions coming in pretty quickly, but there will also be some hard problems that should keep even the best teams challenged until the very end. So yeah, that's where we are. And let's see. You can see seems like the contestants have been told not to touch anything. Common refrain of these competitions. I guess I should explain a little about the way their setups are working. So even though you can see that the contestants are in a computer lab with more than enough computers for every person on every team to have their own computer, that's not actually the way this contest is going to work. The way things go in ICPC is that each university sends in teams of 3 students to work together and solve the problems. However, the trick is that each student on each team won't have their own computer, and instead each team will only have one computer to work from. So you can see a couple of groups of 3 students sitting together. Each of those teams will only have one computer, and the others just won't turn on. And so because of that, only one person can actually be coding on any of the problems at any given time. And that means that there's a lot of strategy involved in figuring out how to make the best use of time for the contestants who are not on the computer. And so for top teams, that can look like the other contestants can be solving other problems. sometimes or sometimes teams will do pair programming where one contestant looks over another's shoulder and corrects any mistakes in the coding as it happens. Sometimes when a contestant writes a program and the program has a bug, they'll just print out the code and just look at it on paper while someone else starts coding up another problem. And so there are all sorts of crazy strategies that people can do, and it makes ICPC a really interesting competition. All right, let's see. So we have 5 minutes left until the contest begins. Let me see if there's an up-to-date. See, so I've been told that I can't show you the scoreboard view that we'll be using throughout the contest until it actually begins, but let me see if there's a good way I can get a timer for you. All right, maybe not. So I'll just keep track. Let's see. If there are any questions about the format or before we begin, I'm happy to answer them in the chat. I'll also go over this again after we get started, just in case anyone joins midway through. Mariano asks if there's a link to the scoreboard. Yes, so I believe I've added a link to the scoreboard in the description. And so if you go to either the links that I sent or that I put in the description, there's a scoreboard for Division 1 and for Division 2. During this live stream, Division 1 is the main one that we'll be paying attention to, since that'll be where the most competitive teams gather, and that'll be what eventually determines North America Championship qualification. And we'll actually have a nice little overlay on this stream that you'll be able to see in a little bit that will show you, and that will give you a sense of, or that will give you a perhaps slightly more engaging way to view the scoreboard than the Caddis display. No, this is John asks who's going to win. That's a great question. I would say, so some of the teams to watch going into this competition are, so the University of Maryland is definitely a favorite. Two of their contestants have gained some prominence recently as competitive programming YouTubers, and they are Codeforce's international grandmaster and grandmaster respectively. So they're going to be a top threat, and that's a team UMD White. The University of Central Florida is always the top team in the South Division. So their top team, consisting of the top 3 students on their internal selection contest, is called UCF Apocalypse Attack. But UCF has such a deep pool of talent that they should field multiple competitive teams, including their second team, UCF Catalan, and several others. They have, I believe, 5 teams in Division 1 alone, as well as some junior varsity teams competing in Division 2. So they're a team to watch. Other than that, Georgia Tech is always competitive. UT Austin, UT Dallas, lots of schools that I'm missing. So it should be a very competitive contest, and anything can happen. 80 asked if it was MIT last year. So just to be clear, this is the South Division, and so this only includes schools in the Southeast, South Central, and Mid-Atlantic regions. And so MIT competed a little while ago as part of I believe the Northeast North America regional, and so they won't be here today. And I suppose, let's see, maybe I can show you, let's see, do I have time for this? Looks like contest is starting in about a minute, but I can go through maybe real quick the scoreboard from last year. So let me set this up. Okay, so you can see here that last year Georgia Tech was the winner. The UCF pickup team was a team of former world finalists who weren't eligible to advance to the North America Championship, so we had UMD right behind them, then UCF, and then UT. Two teams from UT Austin actually, and then down here we had Texas A&M. So it should be pretty competitive, and it should be really interesting to see what happens this year. All right, so the teams are just getting ready to get started. You can see, I'm guessing that the problem sets are all being passed out. Let's see. So, and yeah, it looks like we are on. So I'm going to go ahead and, so you can see, you can see some of the teams are reading the problems, I believe. And I'll show you real quick how we're going to view the scoreboard. So we can see this right here. And so the great thing about this is that as submissions come in, we'll be able to see them pop up in this queue next to me. And so that means that as soon as the first submissions start coming, they will show up here. The contest will last for 5 hours. I'm guessing that we should start seeing submissions coming in within the first 2 minutes, but we'll have to see what happens. And I'll maybe pull up get this set up. Okay, I'll show the teams again so you can see there's a lot of frantic scribbling. Teams are going through the problem set and figuring out what's going to be the easiest problem to code. And the start of an ICPC contest is always oh, hold on. Maybe I need to let's see. Okay. Looks like the Pacific Northwest start was delayed by a few minutes, so I'm going to need to make sure not to show too much beforehand. Yeah, so I guess something I should highlight there is that there are several regional contests today that are taking place using the same problems, and so we have the Pacific Northwest and Mid-Central regionals happening simultaneously with our South Division. And not all of the problems will be the same, but some of them will be. And so it looks like because the Pacific Northwest region got delayed, we're going to need to wait a little bit before I can show you anything that could spoil the problems or which ones are easiest. So we'll get the overlay back for you in just a moment. In the meantime, though, you can see on the Caddis scoreboard webpage that I don't believe any teams or that there have been any submissions yet. Teams are still just starting to work through the problems. You should be able actually to see the problems on the Open Division contest page. Or no, actually maybe not. The Open Division won't start for another 12 minutes, so won't say anything about the so I guess okay, on the main page, or on the main contest page, it's linked in the description. You can see the problems now. Looks like there are 13 of them. So yeah, so we'll see when the first submissions come in. Oh, and it looks like here, maybe I'll go back to the overlay. Let's see. All right, so we have the first submission in. UCF Catalan has submitted to problem M, and so you can see on the right hand side that their submission is currently judging, and once it finishes, the indication on the queue will indicate whether their problem was accepted or whether they got it wrong in some capacity, and will have to keep working. And I'll go over how the judging system works in a little bit. Yeah, lots of teams submitting to problem M already. Let me make sure that we're not spoiling anything for people in the Pacific Northwest, although I'm sure that contestants contestants over there don't have their phones anyway, so we should be fine. All right. So yeah, you can see on the little progress bar that the first submissions are well on their way to judging. Looks like UCF Catalan was the first in, but two other UCF teams as well as UT Austin and University of Alabama are just behind them. And you can see there's a pretty broad consensus that across these teams that M seems to be the problem to go for. So maybe we'll take a look easier, but it definitely seems like that's the easy problem of the contest. So someone in the chat asks, what's the name of Colin Galen's team? So there is on the contest website, if you go to the teams page, you can see a list of all the teams and their contestants. And so he is on UMD White. Yeah, so Stefan in the chat mentions that Duke University has a bunch of teams named after Formula One teams. And so that's a fun quirk that a lot of teams do, is they'll come up with different, or each university will sometimes come up with a theme, and then teams will pick their names according to that theme. And so an example is that UCF, you can see all of their teams are choosing names based on chess openings. And we'll see a couple of other interesting theme names as we go. But it looks like we are right on our way, or we're well on our way to seeing the verdict for this first submission by UCF Catalan. I'm pretty surprised that it's taking so long to judge. And UCF Catalan gets the first solve of the contest in just 2 minutes. Congratulations. On a note of personal bias, one of my good friends is on that team. They're going to be competing hard today, so excited to see them getting the first submission of the contest. And I'll show you all the scoreboard now. I'll turn off the video for a moment. Okay, so you can see that UCF Catalan and UT Dallas Whoosh have just gotten accepted. They have a green plus over the over problem M, which indicates that they've solved it correctly. And in fact, UCF Catalan has the star indicating that they had the first solution of the contest. You can see, by the way, we're having a bit of visual glitching just because the queue is getting a little bit long. That might be an issue early into the contest, but should get resolved pretty quickly. And now lots of other teams are getting accepted. Most of these are working out, but UCF Medusa, you can see, has gotten time limit exceeded. So they're going to have to go back to the drawing board. Lots more submissions that are nearly finishing judging, though. So let's see how this goes. Scoreboard's quickly piling up. And I'll talk a bit more about what this penalty column means in a moment, and how the ranking between all these teams is determined. But for the most part, teams seem to be finding this problem, or this first problem, pretty straightforward. Lots of accepteds, not a whole lot of trouble with problem M. So that's pretty exciting to see. And if we go over to Division 2, I'll show you real quick. Let's see. Okay. So if we look at Division 2 real quick, the situation is a bit different in that the teams seem to have more disagreement over which problem is the easy one. And so in Division 2, University of Georgia cross country team got the first solve of the contest on problem M, but the other team seems to be going for problem H, and Bob Jones University got the first to solve on problem H. It's worth noting that the problems are different between divisions, so I'm not sure that the problem M on Division 2 is exactly the same as problem M on Division 1. It could be something completely different, but in any case, 2 problems have been solved in Division 2. So let's go back to Division 1. We can see that there are more and more teams solving problem M. Still nobody solving anything else. And yeah, lots of accepteds. Everyone seems to be doing quite well. Let's see. So there's a tightly contested lead. UCF Catalan has a 1-minute penalty time advantage over the next few teams, but UCF Gioco Piano, I'm probably mispronouncing that horribly, UT Orange, UA NAQ1, and UCF Apocalypse Attack are right behind with 3 penalty minutes. And we see another WA that stands for wrong answer on problem M. So maybe now is a good time for me to briefly go over what the judging verdicts that you see on the right-hand side in the queue mean. So AC, which is the one that you're seeing the most of, and the one that I hope you'll be seeing the most of throughout the day, that stands for accepted. And what that means is that the contestants program ran correctly. It finished in time, or it finished under the time limit, and it produced correct answers on every single one of the hidden test cases that the judges had prepared for it. And the way judging works is that the contestants write their code, but they can't see all of the test cases in advance. So instead, they submit their code to an online judge. The judge automatically runs their code on a bunch of hidden test cases that the contestants don't have access to, and then it reports a verdict such as accepted here. If the program doesn't work, though there are also alternative verdicts they can get, such as WA, that stands for wrong answer, and that means that their program output an answer that just wasn't correct on one of the test cases. Other verdicts include TLE, or time limit exceeded. I guess you'll see that as TL, which means that the contestant's program took too long to finish. And what makes a lot of these problems really tricky is that contestants are required to process extremely large data sets, maybe containing over 100,000 elements. But the time limits are extremely tight, so you might be expected to compute some answer relating to an array of 100,000 elements, and you might have to do that in just under 1 second. And so it's not sufficient to just have a correct algorithm. Your algorithm needs to be fast, and that makes these contests really tricky. Other verdicts include runtime error, which means that the program crashed in the middle of execution on one of the test cases, or memory limit exceeded, which means the program took up too much memory while it was working. So things are maybe starting to slow down a little. More and more teams are getting M. So we will see how the contest continues. Maybe and whether M is just a problem that's really quick for the stronger teams, but might take a while for the other teams to catch up on, or if it's just a straightforward problem that all of the teams will have before too much longer. Interestingly, we've seen about like 25 nearly submissions to M, but we haven't yet seen any submissions to anything else, implying that the M is pretty clearly the easiest problem of the set. Like, the judges perhaps put M in just to make sure that every team had a fighting chance at solving one problem. But it doesn't seem like there are any other free problems, and so the teams are going to have to work hard for all of their solves from here on out. Oh, and let's see, I've just received a tip where, oh, this is a good idea. Okay, cool, I've just received a tip from the ICPC Live headquarters, and now we're going to be able to show the Division 2 queue, so we'll be mostly looking at the Division 1 scoreboard for now, but we can see the queue for Division 2 as well, which should be nice. So let's see, and we can see we've got the first to solve on problem C is University of Georgia cross-country team, and they've become the first team in this contest to reach 2 problems, which is very exciting. So that's great for University of Georgia. All right, let's see. And so UCF Medusa, they got an incorrect submission on problem M earlier, but they've got a resubmitted one that's almost through the judging process. So we'll see. Hopefully they've gotten a correct solution this time, but only time will tell. And I'm going to see if there are any questions in the chat. Someone asks if there's an age requirement for ICPC. I believe the rule is you have to be 25 or under, but the main restrictive rule is that you have to be enrolled in a university, and that can be either for undergrad or for a graduate program. But I do think like there's an age limit. 25 seems right. Someone else says 23 or under. I'm not sure what the limit is, but in any case, there is an upper bound on age, and I think there might be a rule saying you can only do it if you're in the first year of a graduate program, but I could be wrong about that. All right, so let's see. How's this? Looks like the queue is still in the same state it was a little while ago. Oh, and it looks like William and Mary has gotten a runtime error on problem H, so that's what that RE stands for. It means the program crashed in the middle of execution. Looks like the judging queue hasn't really moved in a little while, so perhaps it's let's see. Suppose I'll make sure that the overlay is working fine, but it also might be that with all of the regionals happening today, there's just a lot of stress on the servers. But let's see. Okay, it looks like there might be an issue with the Division 1 overlay. So maybe we'll switch over to Division 2 for a moment and hopefully get the text side fixed up in a moment. So let's see. All right, so this is pretty cool. So we can see that we can see that several problems have been attempted in Division 2. We have C, H, and M all have been solved. University of Georgia cross country team getting the first solves on C and M. But meanwhile, it looks like Florida Tech has a submission on F going. So it seems like there are a lot of really approachable problems in Division 2, which is great to see. So something I should highlight real quick is what does this +1 mean that you see next to a few of these submissions? So for Georgia or University of Georgia cross country team, for example, you can see they have a +1 in their C. What that means is that they took they had one incorrect submission to problem C before they got it right. So they submitted some wrong code and then they got an error. And this is a hard part of ICPC. When you get an error, the judge will just tell you wrong answer. It won't tell you you got the wrong answer on this specific test case. You have to figure out what was wrong with your program on your own. And so that can make things really tricky. But anyway, University of Georgia, for example, was able to deal with that and got their code accepted on the second try. However, in order to discourage teams from just submitting the same incorrect code again and again, or for like just trying different things without actually being sure that their code is going to work, there's a penalty associated with resubmitting your code. And so in particular, if you submit a solution and then that solution is judged as incorrect, then for every incorrect submission, or then once you eventually get the problem accepted, you get 20 extra penalty points for every incorrect submission you had. And so, for example, for University of Georgia, they took one wrong submission on C. So that means that that 20 points were added to their penalty. So if they hadn't had that wrong submission, they would just have 14 penalty points and they would be ahead of University of North Florida. But because of that wrong submission, they were slowed down, and now they can even get passed by teams like Control-Alt-Defeat here, who took much longer than they did to get to 2 problems solved. And so in that sense, it can be pretty costly to make mistakes like this. But to give more details on how the scoring works, there are 2 columns here. So the first tiebreaker for figuring out the top ranking teams is the number of problems solved. Meaning no matter how long you take to solve a certain number of problems or how many incorrect submissions you took, if you solve, say, 5 problems, you will always be ahead of every team that solved 4 problems. But, of course, there will be a lot of ties, a lot of teams solving the same number of problems, so how do we deal with that? The answer is with penalty time. So your penalty time is the sum of the amount, or it consists of 2 components. The first component is the total amount of time it took you to solve each problem. And so that means that whenever you solve a problem, the amount of time it took you in minutes is added to your penalty. So for example, I don't know exactly how long University of North Florida took to solve these problems, but if they solved H in 5 minutes and M in 14 minutes, let's say, then their penalty time would be 5 plus 14, which is 19. And then secondly, there's a 20-minute penalty for incorrect submissions. So since University of Georgia cross-country team took an incorrect submission on C, for example, their penalty is 34, even though their sum of times was only 14. Something else I should note about the penalty system is that incorrect submissions only give you a penalty if you later get this problem right. So as an example, Mercer Binary Bears A had an incorrect submission on F, and they haven't yet gotten accepted. So you can see they did not incur a 20-minute penalty. So in that sense, there's no harm in just trying things to solve a problem. You don't need to worry that your rank will go down when you make a submission because your penalty time will get worse. All right, so let's see. I'm going to see if we can have the Div1 overlay back. Looks like it's still not working. I'll contact ICPC HQ about this. Alrighty, in the meantime, we're still seeing a lot of submissions to C, H, and M, and just to voice over what's going on in Division 1. So let's see. Right now, the team Goon from Texas A&M University became right now has the best penalty team of any of the two problem solvers. They've solved problem D. UMD White, meanwhile, has solved problem A. They were the first to solve it, and so they're in second with at 18 penalty time. But it looks like a whole lot of problems have been solved by now. So in Division 1, problems A, B, D, I, and M have all received solutions. So it looks like there are a bunch of different problems that could theoretically be the second easiest here. So it's going to be pretty interesting to see how this all shakes out. Let's see if there are any other questions. Someone asked, what's the difference between Division 1 and Division 2? Yeah, so Division 1 is... Oh, hold on, wait, have I... Okay, no, this is... Yeah, okay, this looks fine. So Division 1 has harder problems than Division 2, so the more competitive teams will be joining Division 1. And in addition to that... in addition to that, Division 1 is the only division from which teams can qualify for the North America Championship. So Division 2 is... So for Division 2, there will be a Division 2 champion, whoever's at the top of this leaderboard, but that team will not advance to any secondary competitions, whereas in Division 1, you can qualify for the North America Championship and hopefully eventually World Finals. Okay, so for now, maybe what I'll do is I'll show the Division 1 scoreboard just on Caddis while we're waiting. So let me pull this up. All right, here we go. So we can see now that the first few teams have even started to solve 3 problems. So Texas A&M Goon has A, D, and M. UCF Apocalypse Attack has B, I, and M. Looks like they're going for an unconventional problem order, since it seems like D is the second easiest problem according to most of the teams. And UMD White has attempted K, as well as Texas A&M Hyatt on FFT, but both of them have gotten it wrong. So maybe K is a problem that looks easy, looks approachable, but actually is a little bit harder than it seems. And going back to Division 2, University of North Florida became the first team to solve 3 problems. They now have the first to solve on problem L, although L has also been solved by Mercer now. So they have a very respectable 45 penalty time, so they're looking to be in great shape so far. But with 13 problems in the contest, there's a long way to go. One thing to note about the scoreboard as well is that because UCF Apocalypse Attack, you can see here that they took 2 submissions to get accepted on problem B. They're going to be at a little bit of a penalty time disadvantage compared to the other teams. So, for example, if UT Dallas Whoosh, for example, submits problem B right now and gets it on the first try, then since we're only about 24 minutes into the contest, they would have a penalty time of 18 plus 24, which is 42, and so they would pass UCF Apocalypse Attack. However, the advantage that UCF has is that they now get to start working on their 4th problem. And so even though they have a worse penalty time after 3 problems, it might have been worthwhile for them to submit B, even though they might not have been 100% sure it was going to be correct on the first try. Because now that they've submitted B and they know that they're done with it, they can start, they'll be able to solve the 4th, 5th, 6th, and so on problems faster than the other teams. Whereas whereas like other teams will be able to pass them upon reaching 3 problems, but might be slower to get that or get those next problems afterwards. Someone asked how many teams are participating in each division. Let me count let me see if there's a good way for me to check. So in Division 1 we have 138 teams, and in Division 2 we have 103 teams. So partly because we have 3 regions combining forces for this contest, this is going to be a really large competition. One of the largest ICPC regionals out there, which should be exciting. Let's take a look and see how the teams are doing real quick. So we can still see there's a lot of activity. You can see that team in the back just sitting up and passing around problems. And you can also see the first couple of balloons have been passed out. So this is a really fun feature of ICPC, where where there's a certain balloon color associated with each problem, and whenever you get a problem accepted, the contest marshals will come over and give you a balloon of that color to attach to your problem station. And all of these teams have access to the scoreboard, and so they can see who the top teams are of the contest. But even if they didn't have access, or even if they couldn't see the scoreboard, they can see which teams are doing well just by looking around the room and seeing who's got a massive clump of balloons nearby. All right, let's see. And so it looks like we might have the Division 1 overlay back in just a moment. Fingers crossed. All right, looks like we're good to go in just a moment. So let me get this set up. Looks like the Division 2 overlay is stuck now, but that's fine. We can switch to Division 1 for a moment. Hopefully all these technical issues will be resolved before too much longer. All right, so you can see looking down the scoreboard a little bit, there have been a bunch of teams solving M, and so 94 out of our about 140 teams have already solved one problem, which is great progress for this early in the competition. You can see one team actually just got accepted and moved up in the leaderboards. And so now, back at the top, we have UCF Catalan also on 3 problems. And like I mentioned earlier, they've managed to pass UCF Apocalypse Attack. So that's great to see. Now about 20 teams are on 2 or more problems. I think maybe for now we'll go back to showing just the top of the scoreboard since that's where the most excitement is going on. All right, and so you can see a whole lot of problems have been attempted. And I'll show you some statistics real quick. So M, of course, has been by far the most popular problem of the set with 94 solves. Looks like A and D are maybe the next ones that are maybe the next most doable ones. We can see UT Saffron is attempting B right now, so we might have a second solve on B soon. We have another submission in the queue for problem D, and it does look like UMD White has eventually managed to solve K, so it seems like it might be a little tricky. A lot of teams that have tried it have got it wrong on their first attempt. But it does look like it does look like it is a gettable problem. It's not just a super hard problem that some teams think is easy. So I've enabled this ticker at the bottom. Unfortunately, because some of the team names are a little bit long, it might not be super easy to read. But you can see down there the teams in the top 12 at any given time. So that'll be helpful as we start showing more of the teams in the middle of the scoreboard on the broadcast. But anyway, so in terms of first to solve, it seems like it's pretty balanced. So University of Alabama was the first to solve D. UMD White solved A and K first there, and then UCF Catalan has solved I and M first, and UCF Apocalypse Attack has solved B first. And so in particular, that means that a whopping 6 out of the 13 problems have been solved already in the first half hour of the contest. And so there's going to be like an early game in which most of the teams are going to be competing to solve probably these first 6 problems and maybe a few others. And if I had to guess, I would say that every team that advances to the North America Championship will eventually end up solving at least these 6 problems. And then afterwards, a couple of hours into the contest, things will get really interesting as teams start working on C, E, F, H, J, L. Is that? Hold on. Oh, and G as well. Sorry, so those seven problems haven't been attempted yet, and so there's going to be a lot of, and so the teams are going to be working to figure out which of those problems are the easiest, and to try and figure them out and get accepted before the end of the contest. And in ICPC, getting a fast start and figuring out which problems are easy early on is super important, and the reason is that because of the way penalty time works, let's say that your team has one problem that would take you 5 minutes to solve and another problem that would take you 15 minutes to solve. Then if you do the 5-minute problem first, you're going to solve that problem in 5 minutes, and then the second problem you'll solve 15 minutes later, so at the 20-minute mark. And so your time penalty will be 5 plus 20, which is 25. If you go for the 15-minute problem first, then your time penalty will be 15 minutes for the 15-minute problem, and then 20 minutes for when you solve the 5-minute problem afterwards, for 15 plus 20, or 35 is your penalty time. And so because of that, you have a significantly better penalty time if you solve the faster problems first. And so because of that, it's not just a matter of solving as many problems as you can. You also have to identify the easy problems and solve those first in order to be ahead on penalty time. All right, so let's see. UCF Apocalypse Attack, we're getting our first submission on problem H, so this should be really interesting to see. Things are also starting to slow down. We've got some incorrect submissions on K. Georgia Tech Gold has taken a penalty on problem D. Looks like Duke University Red Bull has jumped up into 7th place on 3 problems by solving D correctly. University of Florida Point Car has gotten TLE on K. So we can see that there have been 8 incorrect submissions to problem K. Or yes, maybe 8 teams have submitted incorrect code on K, and just one, UMD White, which is one of the top teams in this competition, has gotten it right. So K seems to be a very tricky error-prone problem. So let's see. I'm gonna be curious to see whether UCF Apocalypse Attack gets problem H, because if they do, then it could mean that H joins the other 6 problems that we've solved so far as being the sort of the accessible problems of the competition. And what's interesting is that UCF has attempted 4 different problems, and they still haven't done problem D, which many other teams have been working on successfully. So it's possible that they aren't looking at the scoreboard. It's possible that they aren't looking at the scoreboard and don't realize problem D is easy. Oh, and UCF gets problem H. They jump into first place with a penalty of 89. The top teams are Texas A&M Goon, UT Dallas Whoosh, UCF Catalan can still pass them with a better penalty time because UCF took a penalty on B, but they are taking an early lead. And their lead may be even larger than it seems because they still have D to go for. It might also be that they feel like D just might not fit their strengths well, or that D would take a lot of time to type, and maybe they felt like B, H, and I might be harder problems, but once you've solved them, they require very little computer time, and so it might be that they just have the potential to get those quickly. So let's see what else is going on the scoreboard. Drexel Turing Dragons got their first problem M, so that's great. Got a couple of other M's in the queue. University of Virginia's Spicy Chicken just solved problem B. They became the 3rd team to do so. So that's very exciting for them. North Carolina Memory League solved M. We had 3 acceptance on D. UNC Chapel Hill, U Virginia Monkey, University of Florida Young Mills. One other verdict I should highlight. So from McNeese State Code Cowboys is so CE stands for compilation error. That means that they submitted code to the judge, but it ended up not compiling correctly, and so the judge was unable to run it. We are, however, up to over 100 solves on problem M, so it seems like the judges did a great job making that problem accessible to all of the teams competing here today. So maybe what we'll do now is let's look at one of the problems. So let's see what problem M actually is. All right. So I'm going to show my Firefox view real quick. All right. The kth Champer noun word is obtained by writing down the first k positive integers and concatenating them together. For example, the 10th Champer noun word is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And we have to figure out whether a positive integer n is a Champer noun word, and if so, which one. Okay, and then I guess maybe the nice thing here is that n only has to go up to 10 to the 9th. And so because of that, you actually, like, even this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 thing isn't a valid option. It's too large because this number is larger than 10 to the 9th. So even the 10th Champer noun word isn't a valid input to this problem. And so because of so in particular, with numbers less than 10 to the 9 can only have 9 digits. So the only possible options, the only possible n for which the answer isn't -1 are the first 9 Champer noun words. So those are 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on. And so in that sense, the contestants really just need to check and see whether the input corresponds to any of those words or not, and output the corresponding one if so. And so that means that there are a lot of pretty straightforward approaches that the teams can use to solve this problem. One is that they could just do sort of a brute force thing where they could even just write, if the number is 1, then output 1. If the number is 12, output 2, and so on all the way up to if it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, output 9. But there's some simpler approaches. So what I might do if I was coding up this problem is I know that all of these words 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, and so on, each digit is 1 greater than the last. So I would just check, is the first digit 1, and is each subsequent digit 1 greater than the digit that came before it? And if so, then n is a Champer noun word. And in particular, because each of the first 9 positive numbers only have 1 digit, the number of digits in the number is equal to which word it is. So for example, this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 has 9 digits, so we know it's the 9th number. And so doing something along those lines would allow you to implement this problem really quickly, and so I can see how teams are getting it pretty fast. So that's nice. It's a good warm-up problem as the teams ease their way into this competition. So let's take a look now. University of Maryland White got their 4th problem, and so that was, which problem did they do 4th? Their 4th problem was problem, let's see, they just got problem D, so that's good. They're making sure to take care of the easier problems in this set nice and quickly. They're still a little bit behind UCF Apocalypse attack on penalty time, so that's great to see. That's a little unfortunate for them. But it's also early into the contest, and a 12-minute penalty difference is really not much when ultimately penalty time is largely influenced by, for example, whether a team gets really stuck in a problem and takes 5 or 10 attempts to solve it, or if one team solves a problem in 3 hours and the other team takes 5 hours. And so you can see that several of the teams on 3 problems, Goon, Whoosh, UCF, Catalan, and so on, are doing much better on penalty time so far. However, Goon and Whoosh have both taken incorrect submissions on their 4th problem, and so that means that when Goon, for example, solves problem I correctly, they will have a much larger penalty time than that they otherwise would have. And so I believe that when Texas A&M Goon solves problem I, they're going to, or even though their penalty time of 35 is really fast right now, they are going to end up falling behind UMD White. But anyway, we just saw a couple of teams get their third problem. So Johns Hopkins and Duke are both up to 3 now. So that's really exciting to see. And yeah, let's see. Oklahoma Christian U Eagles saw attempting problem D. I'm going to turn off the statistics for a moment and let's take a look down the scoreboard and see how the teams are doing. All right, so the scoreboard should start scrolling real quick, and then I'm going to see if we can get the Division 2 ticker going back up. Yep, looks like our technical difficulties have been resolved, so that's awesome. And yeah, I'll show the queue, and then in a moment we can take another look at the Division 2 scoreboard. We can see that Mercer University is currently in first on 4 problems. So congratulations to them. Oh, UCF Catalan just got accepted on A. They've jumped into first place with just 85 penalty time. An interesting fact is that UCF Catalan is the second seeded team from UCF, and so but again, UCF is known for having a deep talent pool and a really strong ICPC training program that they put a lot of effort into. And so because of that, they have a lot of really strong teams, and any of them can come out on top on any given day. Let's see, so Swarthmore Zombie Villagers. So Swarthmore is my alma mater, so I have asked for and received permission to openly root for them during this stream, so let's hope that their D comes through. And they get it right, so they jump into 36th place. Congratulations to them. You can see down here, a lot of teams are still trying to get their first problem accepted, and most of them actually are taking wrong answers on problems that aren't M. So it seems like most of the teams that realize M is the easy problem and that's the one they should go for have gotten it. And the trick is just that you have to actually either read the problem set carefully and realize that it's an easy one, or you have to figure out or you have to just look at the scoreboard and see that a bunch of teams have solved it already. And it looks like Swarthmore Endermite has just realized that they can go for problem M. Let's see if they get it right. And meanwhile, so UMD Purple, that's University of Maryland's team in Division 2, it just solved problem L, and now they're up to 5 problems in first place. And yeah, so Swarthmore Endermite solves problem M. They jump up to 106th place. And now they can get started on some of the other problems from this competition. University of Delaware 2 solves problem D. William and Mary Green solves problem D. Interesting. Duke University gets IG on problem J. I actually don't know what IG stands for. It's interesting. It's a new verdict. Interesting. So maybe we'll see. Maybe I'll get in touch with ICPC HQ and figure out what that one stands for. I don't think I've seen that before. So I wonder if let's see, is problem J an interactive problem or something? Maybe. Yeah, it is. So maybe so this might be like idleness limit exceeded or something. Anyway, it looks like problem J is a special type of problem called an interactive problem that we'll talk about a little bit later. And so we'll see. And so we'll see what that means a little bit later on. Let me make sure that scrolling on the scoreboard is still working. Let's see. Okay, let's try this. All right, here we go. So we can see UT Dallas Whoosh is back up, or is up on 4 problems. So they're doing great. Congratulations to them. And yeah, so we've got plenty of teams on 2 problems, not that many that are up higher. Let's keep scrolling through. And so yeah, a total of 55 teams have 2 problems. And UCF Apocalypse Attack just got accepted on A. That's their 5th problem. UMD White just went for their 5th one as well. It was I, but they got a wrong answer. And so now we can see there's been this really exciting battle between UCF Apocalypse Attack and UCF Catalan. And the interesting thing about this is that one of the rules for North America Championship qualification is that only one team from each institution can advance to the NAC. And so because of that, if you go to a school like UCF where there are a lot of really strong teams, the hard part of advancing is not necessarily being one of the top teams in the region for North America Championship qualification purposes. It's being the top team from your own school, because there might be 2 UCF teams that could theoretically qualify for the NAC, but in practice only one of them will actually make it. And so they're out on top. Looks like they're comfortably ahead of every team except maybe UCF Catalan, who could catch up with a good penalty time. But UMD White's team looks like they think they fixed their issue with their eye. They've made 2 wrong submits already. Let's see if they get it right on the 3rd try. And yes, the 3rd try is the charm for UMD White. They get accepted and move up into 2nd place, 50 penalty points behind UCF. And let's see, down here you have Georgia Tech Navy has a submission on problem K, but it's incorrect, so no such luck. Let's get the problem statistics pulled back up. Yeah, so UCF Apocalypse Attack is still the only the only accepted team on H. So that should be a big advantage for them if because either H is an easy problem, in which case they realized it's easy long before anyone else did, or it's a really hard problem that they've gotten before they've gotten that one ahead of the other teams as well. And meanwhile, one team has submitted C. Not sure who that is. Texas A&M Hide-On FFT has solved G. Has attempted G, I should say. So it seems like teams at least think there might be more approachable problems in this set. And so it might be that this contest moves pretty quickly, and then towards the end, it becomes more of a marathon than a sprint as the teams try to get accepted on the last couple of problems. No, this is John asked if Swarthmore College is in this region. That's correct. Yes, they are. They're in the Mid-Atlantic region. Arfit suggests that for problem M, which we discussed earlier, we could solve it just by creating a new string and starting. And initially, we start that string with just 1. And then we append a 2, a 3, and so on. And then we just check if it's the same as our input string. So that's another good way of solving it. So the idea is that since n can only be up to 10 to the 9 and there are only 9 options for what our Champernowne number could be, we can just generate all 9 of those Champernowne numbers automatically and then check if any of them are equal to our input. Someone else in the chat comments UCF is very strong, 2 teams in the top 3. Yeah, so they're doing great. Again, like UCF has a very strong competitive programming culture. They've put a lot of resources into coaching and training their teams, and so they tend to be perennial top contenders in North America for that reason. It seems like they have a good track record of getting a lot of medals at the North America Championship and also doing well at the World Finals. All right, so we're up to 60 teams solving problem D, so it seems like that's a fairly approachable one. Let's take a look at that problem now. Interestingly, UCF is still working on it. So UCF Apocalypse Attack, if they realize they should probably go for D, then they could easily get up to 6 really quickly, and they'd have nearly half the problem set done in the first hour. All right, so let's have a look at problem D. We're running a program, and here maybe I'll hide this so you can see the problem better. We're running a programming contest that features n problems of distinct difficulties, and we want to announce ahead of the time that the problems are ordered in such a way that if the problems are divided into k sections numbered 1 through k, and each with exactly n over k problems, and problem P is assigned to section ceiling of KP over N. Okay, I'm going to need to think about how that one's going to work. Then every pair of sections, and then for every pair of sections I and J with I less than J, every problem in section I is easier than every problem in section J. And K has to be a factor of N, it can't just be 1. We have to figure out for what values of K would this claim be true. Oh, okay, so, because N is only up to 50, I think we can probably just do this with a simple brute force, where we can just enumerate all of the factors K of N, and check and just figure out which section is each problem assigned to, what's the minimum and maximum problem difficulty in each section, and we can just check if each K works. And so, yeah, so in that sense, I guess maybe it's not too bad. Interesting. I'll pose this as an extra challenge for anyone who's interested. I believe that we could actually do this problem for not just for n up to 50, but for n up to 1 million, and still create an efficient algorithm to solve the problem. So that's pretty interesting. But oh hey, let me go back to the scoreboard because we just have an update. UT Dallas Whoosh has solved their 5th problem K. And so now they're only one of a couple. And so now what's really impressive about this actually is that 19 teams have attempted K. Only 4 of them have gotten it right. But UT Dallas got it right on their very first try. So they did a really good job avoiding avoiding some pitfalls on that problem. Meanwhile, UCF recently got the first to solve on problem H. So we're up to 7 problems that have been accepted by now. We're just missing C, E, F, G, J, and L. And so that tells us that again, like we should expect to see a lot of submissions over time. I would expect now, given how quickly the contest is moving, the teams are going to need at least like 8-ish problems or more to advance to the North America Championship. And maybe now, real quick, I'll show you how does the scoreboard break down by region. So let's see. So again, like this contest is split into 3 regions: the Mid-Atlantic, the South Central, and the Southeast. So for Mid-Atlantic, here's what the scoreboard looks like. We have UMD White at the top, and then Duke, University of Virginia, Hopkins, and so on. So if we stop the contest now, University of Maryland, Duke, and University of Virginia would be guaranteed North America Championship qualification. Although Johns Hopkins, for example, could possibly advance depending on Johns Hopkins could advance if they get a wild card slot by doing well on the combined scoreboard. If we show, let's see, why isn't this showing? Okay, there we go. So for South Central, we have UT Dallas Whoosh on top, Texas A&M Goon in second. Now Texas A&M Hyde on FFT is in third, but because Goon is ranked ahead of them, if Goon qualifies for the NAC, Hyde on FFT is ineligible. So then the third NAC slot for South Central would go to UT Orange. And then finally, let's look at the Southeast. So again, like the 3 top teams are all UCF, UCF Apocalypse Attack, UCF Catalan, and then UCF Medusa. But again, only one of these teams can qualify for the NAC. So right now, that would be UCF Apocalypse Attack, which has a strong lead. But if UCF Catalan got their 5th problem right now, they would only get 50 more penalty points, and because they've avoided incorrect submissions entirely so far, which is a really impressive feat, they will jump out into first place. Oh, but hold on, UCF Apocalypse Attack is going for D. Let's see if they get it. And then, but anyway, so as the scoreboard stands right now, UCF Apocalypse Attack, Georgia Tech Gold, and University of Florida Remon would qualify for the NAC. Let's see, their D is almost finished judging. Let's see. And it's accepted. So UCF Apocalypse Attack goes up to 6 problems in the first hour. That's nearly half of the set solved by now. And they only have 186 penalty points. That gives them a really strong lead for this stage in the contest. So, Yeah, right now it looks like it is UCF's world, and we are all living in it. Meanwhile, Texas A&M Goon is going for J, the interactive problem. They got IG, which I'm going to assume is something to the effect of idleness limit exceeded, but I'll check with ICPC HQ. And so you can see now that we're a little further in the contest and most of the teams have already gotten the problems that should be super easy for them, we're seeing a lot more of incorrect submissions, a lot more penalty verdicts. We have a TL, WAIG, couple of all of those in the queue right now. Oh, but let's see UMD White going for their sixth problem. Are they going to be the second team to solve problem H? Let me flip back to the full scoreboard real quick. And I'll show you the statistics as well. UMD gets WA on H, so we still are waiting for that second team to solve problem H. Georgia Tech White going for I, interested, which is an interesting choice since they still have D and A, which seem to be easier problems available to them. Swarthmore Endermite gets a wrong answer on K. It's unfortunate. K, so if the teams are watching the scoreboard, then one of the ways in which ICPC is like interesting as a competition and not just as like a computer science exam that a bunch of different teams are taking is that the teams have access to the scoreboard while they compete. And so especially if you're a little bit behind the leaders, and so there are some teams that have already worked on different problems, you can look at how many teams have solved each problem to see which ones might be easy, and also how many teams have attempted each problem to figure out which ones might be error prone. So, for example, K has 4 solves, which is quite a few for this early into the contest, so it seems like it should be relatively doable. But if you look at the 19 incorrect submissions, that's a strong indicator that while you can get accepted, it's also really easy to think you have the right idea, but then end up taking a penalty and getting the problem wrong. And so, because of that, it's like in some sense a dangerous problem to attempt this early, because you could get an AC quickly and move up in the standings, but you might also get bogged down in debugging your code, and that can be really harmful to your penalty time in the contest. All right, let's see. Maybe now that things are a little bit more stable in Division 1, let's take a look at the Division 2 scoreboard. Looks like the Division 2. Looks like the Division 2 overlay is down right now, so we're gonna have to just focus on Division 1 for the time being. I'll just maybe I'll pull up the Division 2 Caddis page real quick. And we can just take a look at that real quick. All right, so if we look at Division 2, UMD Purple is in first place with 6 problems, so keeping up in a sense with UCF Apocalypse Attack. Although of course, again, Division 2 has easier problems, so their 6 problems will be somewhat easier than the 6 problems that UCF has solved. University of North Florida, Resources Limited, is in second place, and Control Alt Defeat, also from UNF, is in third. And then rounding out the top 5, we have College of William and Mary Baffled and Florida Tech Skew Heaps. Actually in a tie with the Bob Jones University Bit Builders. And we can see here that a lot of the problems have already been attempted. If we look here, out of the 13 problems in Division 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 have already been accepted by some teams. And we can also see, by the way, that let's actually compare the problem sets real quick. So if we go to the problems for Division 1. Interesting. So it seems like there's actually a lot of overlap. So A is the same, B is the same, D is the same. What else is? So A, B, D, I, A, B, D, I, J, K, and M are all the same across the two divisions, and so that means that a lot of the easier problems from Division 1 are also being solved in Division 2, although some problems that might be on the easy end for Division 1 will be on the hard end for Division 2. So, for example, A and B both have quite a few solves in Division 1, but on Division 2, they have none at all. Interestingly, only 2 teams have solved problem D in Division 2, so maybe there are more approachable problems to go for. And that's because problem D has been recognized already by the Division 1 contestants as well on the easier end. Oh, but hold on, UCF is midway through having their problem G judged. They could go up to 7 problems on this in the first hour. Let's take a look. Oh boy, this is going to be close. It's taking a while to judge. You almost wonder if you have to be worried about time limit exceeded, but maybe not. It's still going. It's judging. And they get it accepted. That's the first to solve on problem G. That's the third first to solve for UCF Apocalypse Attack, and they now have a 2-problem lead over UT Dallas Whoosh. So again, nothing is certain because it could, because UT Dallas and UMD have plenty of time to catch up. However, right now, of course, so if UMD or UT Dallas solves one really hard problem that UCF doesn't get, then then it would be easy for the lead to change. But right now, especially because having 2 more problems so early is going to be great for their penalty time. UCF Apocalypse Attack is in a really great position. They have to be pretty excited about that. Meanwhile, let's see, another UCF team just solved their 3rd problem. Rice Owls solved their 3rd problem. Maybe let's take a look at the, just for fun, at the easiest problem from Division 2, which looks to be problem H, 777s. Alright, so we have some new slot machines, each with 3 wheels, which can show one of several different digits. When activated, each digit will show a random digit, and we want to make sure that all wheels can show the digit 7. A slot machine is good if each wheel can show the digit 7 and bad otherwise. For a given slot machine, we want to determine if it's good or bad. Okay, so we just have to count the number of digits, or read in the number of digits on each wheel, read in a list of digits on each wheel, and check if each of these wheels contains a 7, in which case we output 777 and output 0 otherwise. So this is going to be a pretty straightforward implementation problem. So mostly you just have to implement it exactly as described in the problem statement. Nothing too crazy. Maybe let's look at problem A from Division 1, although I guess this is shared with Division 2. ABC string. We have a string consisting of A's, B's, and C's. The string contains the same number of A, B, and C's. And we call a string beautiful if its length is divisible by 3, and it can be split evenly into contiguous substrings of size 3, where each substring has 1A, 1B, and 1C. Given a string, we want to partition it into subsequences that might not be contiguous, such that each subsequence is a beautiful string. And we want to find the minimum number of subsequences required to do so. Interesting. So, let's see. I wonder if we can, I think we might be able to just simply do a greedy strategy where we just maintain the number of, we keep track of the number of subsequences where the current contiguous substring of size 3 has no letters yet. It could have 1A, 1B, or it could have like an A but not a B and C. It could have a B but not an A and C, and so on. And then we can just greedily add a new letter to any string that works, maybe. But I don't know if that greedy solution would be correct. We would have to prove that first. But this is definitely a good. It looks to be a good deal more difficult than problems D and M, for example. So perhaps this is where the contest gets a little bit trickier. Okay, that's an interesting problem. Maybe we'll talk a little more about it later. Okay. Let's see if there are any other comments in the chat. No, this is John is saying that he doesn't like that UCF has so many good teams, because if one of the UCF teams gets a problem right, they can go tell the other UCF teams. So that's incorrect. Each of the teams is working with, so each of the teams has 3 people and their and their proctors in the room, making sure that each student is only talking to others on their own team, and so that means that rather than being on a team with everyone else from their university, students are just on a team or are just working with their 2 teammates. Oh, let's see, is the oh, that's not good. Looks like the overlay is broken. Let's have a look at, see what's going on here. Okay, maybe we'll get it back in a moment. Apologies for the technical difficulties. Should be hopefully getting this sorted momentarily. Okay, let's see if we show the scoreboard. There we go. Looks like we're back. And let's get the queue up and our ticker. Great, and let's see if the Division 2 is back as well. Awesome. Looks like we are good to go. Oh, and we can see, by the way, that Duke Red Bull has solved a so Duke Red Bull has solved their 5th problem, so they've moved up into 3rd place. Duke is a perennial contender in the Mid-Atlantic region. So good to see that, or good to see them doing well. Should be a tightly contested competition. Let's see. Sorry, give me just a moment, trying to make sure that I can get this scoreboard to work. Anyway, so Duke now has a penalty time of 179 with 5 problems solved. Looks like they got problem B. University of Virginia World Peas has attempted their 5th problem, problem K, but they got wrong answer. Again, K seems like a little bit of a tricky problem. So let's see, going back to this problem, maybe another greedy construction would be for our first substring to just take the, or it would be to just like take the first A, and then now it can take, and then the first B, and then now we can't take this A, so we'll take the next C. And then now once we've got those 3, we'll take the next B and C, and then the next A. next A, C, and this B, and so on. So that's another way that we could do this greedily. But again, we would need to do a proof of correctness, and so I guess I wouldn't be that surprised if it worked, and I'm curious to see how many, if we take a look at the statistics real quick. Okay, so we can see that there are 17 teams that have gotten A wrong and 34 that have gotten it right, so that sort of suggests that there might be some greedy approaches that work and some that don't. So I guess it probably would be important to try and figure out why your approach is correct before you submit it. All right, let's see. So, and it looks like we still have 2 teams that have attempted C, but none that have actually, looks like our, the Div 1 overlay may be down for the time being. So, that's fine. We can switch to Div 2 for now. Okay, and I'm kind of curious. I have a feeling that this that this greedy strategy for for problem A is correct, but not 100% certain. So maybe in a little bit we'll do the first coding of the live stream and we'll see if it ends up working. All right, well, let's see. So UMD Purple has now solved 7 problems of their own, including several problems, including problem D, for example, that appeared on the Division 1 contest. So they're doing great. We have a lot of teams on 5 problems, and it actually seems like the organizers did a really good job selecting problems for Division 1 and Division 2, in the sense that like the Division 2 level teams are solving problems at about the same pace as the Division 1 teams. There's one team on 7 problems and then a few teams close enough behind. And so it seems like both contests are at about the right level for the teams that are taking them. So big kudos to the organizers for that one. Looks like this contest is looking really successful so far. And then I think we might have the Division 1 overlay back in just a moment. So I'm going to see if we can get that up and running for y'all. Let's have a look. Awesome. Yes, I'll turn off the Division 2 scoreboard. We can go back to Division 1. And let's take another look at the top of the board for Division 1. All right, here we go. So UCF has gotten their 8th problem already. And UT Dallas just got their 6th solution to problem B. Let's see, which was which was UCF Apocalypse Attack's last problem that they solved? they got accepted on so UCF got accepted on problem K in 2 tries, which is pretty respectable. So yeah, that's that's great for UCF. Looks like a really strong contest for them. Can't believe I missed their 8th problem. So now they have 4 hours left and only 5 problems to solve. So they could very easily all kill this round, meaning like to solve all 13 problems, unless there's some really hard set saver among C, E, F, J, and L. But yeah, wow, they're making breakneck pace. Let's see, Georgia Tech just got a runtime error on their 5th problem. Texas A&M Goon is still attempting problem J, but without much luck. University of Virginia, Gord Zero, is that their team name? Gord Zero? Yeah, just got their 5th problem. Their penalty time is not great because they took 2 penalties on problem A, but all in all, they're doing pretty well. They're still pretty far ahead on problem count, so that's great for them. And yeah, so but right now it looks like a lot of teams on 4 problems, and then getting that 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th problem is a lot harder. So we just have UCF on 8, UT Dallas and UMD on 6, and Duke and UVA on 5, with a lot of teams falling behind them. All right, let's see. Maybe now we can try doing. Yeah, maybe now I'll try doing a little bit of coding, and we can see if the greedy strategy solves problem A correctly. First, actually, I'll take a look at the chat. Someone asks how many of these problems would a candidate master be able to solve. Unclear. I mean, I guess maybe some of the teams had candidate masters on them, and so we can check after the fact. But, I mean, intuitively, I would say a decent number, but not necessarily all of them. Johns Hopkins is going for their 5th problem, problem B, so they could move into the top few slots. Let's see if they get it right. Problem B, it looks like, has a decent number of solves, but not a ton. But and then meanwhile, Swarthmore Zombie Villagers unfortunately just gotten time limit on their 3rd problem. All right, so let's see how Hopkins does on problem B. Still running. And that's accepted, so they move from 15th all the way up to into 5th. Penalty time is still a good deal behind Duke Red Bull, but ahead of University of Virginia. And so you can see the Mid-Atlantic is very tightly contested because the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th teams all come from the Mid-Atlantic. University of Maryland, Duke, Johns Hopkins, and University of Virginia. And then meanwhile, UCF Apocalypse Attack is well ahead of the rest of the Southeast region, while UT Dallas has a strong lead over... while UT Dallas has a good gap between them and Texas A&M Goon, which is the next ranking team. Or sorry, what am I saying? Which is the next ranking team from South Central. All right, let's do a little bit of coding. Okay, hopefully the font size is big enough for this to be visible. All right, so I'm gonna get the problem back up on my screen. Okay, so to start, we just have to read in string S, and I'm gonna set n to be, or set the size of S. And I think the way I'm going to do this is I'm going to let ans be the number of subsequences we've made so far, and each subsequence can have any of 8 possible positions because it can either contain A currently or not, it can contain B currently or not, and it can contain C currently or not. So 2 times 2 times 2 are 8. And so initially I'm going to say there are no strings at any position. And then I'm going to iterate through all the characters in S. So the value of the current character I'm going to say is A minus the letter capital A. So that's going to mean that if our current letter is A, then V is going to be 0. If it's B, then V will be 1. If it's C, then V will be 2. And I think what I'm going to try to do is I think what I'm going to try to do is I'm going to try to add this character to whichever of our subsequences has the most possible letters so far. And so the way I'll do that is by iterating over the larger bit masks to the smaller. And so I'm going to check if the bit mask I already contains V. So that to do that, I'll do if I 2 to the V equals 0. And in that case, it doesn't contain V. And if this case, and so in this case, I'm going to add the V to our current mask. So that means and I guess I also should make sure that we have a free string corresponding to this current bit mask. So CNT of I has to be greater than 0. All right. Now, okay. So if this is the case, I'm going to subtract 1 from CNT of I and add 1 to CNT of I, or 2 to the V, meaning that we're marking, and this is like basically a fancy bitmask way of marking the letter V as included in this string. And then I'm going to go to done, which indicates that we found that we've like actually been able to put this character in one of our subsequences. If we don't just jump over this part of the code and go directly to done, that means that we're going to have to add a new string. And so that string is going to contain just this letter. So we're going to say add 1 to CNT of 2 to the V. And then since we're increasing the answer, we're going to increase ans by 1. And then finally, if a string contains all 3 letters, then now it's ready to receive any of the 3 letters again. So I'm going to go from CNT of 0. I'm going to add CNT of 7, which is the bit mask corresponding to all 3 letters, and add that to CNT of 0, and then set CNT of 7 to 0. All right, and then from there I can just print out the answer. Looks like, I forgot to actually add 1 here, and then I guess I don't ever actually use my variable n, so I can just delete that. Okay, so let's run this on the sample test case and see if it works. All right. And so now I'll submit this to the open division, and we'll see. I don't have a great sense of whether this will get accepted because I haven't rigorously proven that this approach will work yet, but we will give it a try. So let's have a look. Problems. All right. Yeah, so we'll see if this gets accepted. If not, then it could be that I made a minor error in my code, or it could be, oh, yep, it gets accepted. So the greedy strategy does work. Awesome. That's a nice little problem. That's a good easy end problem. So, all right, that's a good amount of coding for now. And I'm happy to answer any questions about this problem in the chat. I realized that it's not super easy to explain. It might also not be easy to follow what I did if you aren't that familiar with bitmasks, since I use those extensively to shorten my code. So anyway, so I apologize if that was a bit hard to follow for some beginners, but that might give you a sense of how I would approach one of these early level problems on this contest. And we can see 45 teams have gotten this right already, which is pretty impressive. All right. So how's our scoreboard doing? Looks like not too much movement around the top. Georgia Tech Gold, Mercedes, or Duke Mercedes, UVA, Gord 0, Johns Hopkins, ISA, UMD Red, and Duke Red Bull all on 5 problems. And in particular, UMD Red is on 5 problems with a 2:19 penalty time, and UMD White is on 6 problems with a 2:99 penalty time. So it looks like even if it looks like UMD could it looks like UMD could possibly, or Red is would still be behind UMD White even if they got a 6th problem right now, and it looks like indeed they're trying for problem H, and I've already taken some penalties on it. But UMD Red still definitely in close contention, could theoretically pass UMD White depending on how the rest of the contest goes. Meanwhile, UT Orange has just gotten their 5th problem right. They've moved up into 7th place. So, yeah, it looks like a tightly contested contest so far. A lot of excitement. I kind of feel like reading another problem, so why don't we do that? Let's see, so which one, I guess I is maybe the next easiest problem. Maybe I'll look at K, actually, because K, so many teams have gotten wrong that I'm kind of curious in what sense it's so tricky. So this is Streets Behind, which is a nice community reference. I think, let's see, was this written by... I guess we can't see who wrote it. There was a problem last year named Streets Ahead, which is also a community reference. So I'm wondering if it's the same author. In any case, we have a running club with some serious runners and some casual runners. We want all the runners to become serious runners, and we know that if there are X and serious runners and Y casual runners, if X over X plus Y is greater than or equal to a threshold A over B, then afterwards all Y casual runners will become serious runners moving forward. I see. Okay. So we have to process 100 test cases, and each of these test cases can have n up to 10 to the 9th. What makes this problem tricky is that if you... So I guess the one note is that having the more serious runners you have, the more casual runners you'll be able to convert. And so in that sense, you want to use as many serious runners as possible. And so, in other words, you're going to use all n of your serious runners in every race. But the question is, how many casual runners can we have without falling below the threshold? And so we can figure out like how the maximum value of y that will let x over x plus y be greater than or equal to a over b just by doing a little bit of algebra, nothing too crazy. But the issue is, let's say that with each run we're able to just like convert one new casual runner into a serious runner. If that's the case, then it could take like 10 to the 9 races or so to convert all up to 10 to the 9 casual runners into serious runners. And simulating 10 to the 9 races could take a really long time. That would get you time limit exceeded, and I'm guessing that that's a potential pitfall that a lot of teams have run into with this problem. So I think what you're going to have to do is, in addition to figuring out how many casual runners you can convert into each race, or you can convert in each race, you're going to need to figure out how many races it will take before you'll be able to convert more casual runners than that. So for example, if we can convert one casual runner in each race, we'll want to know how many conversions will we have to do before we can start converting two casual runners at once. And so that'll take a little bit of math, but from there, we should have a solution that I think we'll be able to prove runs in time proportional to the square root of the number of runners rather than the number of runners. And so that means that we'll take 10 to the 4.5 iterations instead of 10 to the 9, which should be fast enough to get accepted on this problem. So that's a nice task. I can see it. The tempting easier solution doesn't work, and so maybe that's why it's been so tricky. And even to get the correct solution to work, it seems like there's going to be a fair amount of math involved, possibly some edge cases. So I can see how this is a bit of a trickier one, but it's still very doable. Interestingly, it looks like Elon University has just attempted K as their second problem and gotten time limit exceeded. So maybe they don't realize, or they haven't figured out the trick that this problem is just so easy to get TLE on. Doesn't look like we're seeing a whole lot of movement around the top of the scoreboard. Still a lot of teams on 5 problems, but only 3 on 6 or above. I think maybe now for a bit we can go look down at the middle of the scoreboard. So I'm going to hide the statistics for a moment, and we'll get the scoreboard scrolling. You can see 21 teams on 4 problems or more. Looks like Texas A&M Hide on FFT is trying G as their 5th problem. I don't think G has a lot of solves yet. Let me check that though. So problem G has only one solve yet. So let's see if Texas A&M is going to be the second team to solve it. Looks like it's taking a little while to judge. All right, so you can see there's still some teams on one problem. Hopefully looks like almost every team in the contest has gotten their first problem. And again, the ones that haven't mostly haven't attempted M yet. So it looks like none of the teams are few to none of the teams are going to go home without solving anything, which is awesome. Meanwhile, UT Saffron is trying to enter the top tier by solving 5 problems. And one interesting thing to know is a fun fact about the UT teams is that they have quite a few teams in the and UT Austin White Boxes solved problem I. That's their 5th problem. UT Saffron got wrong answer on F, unfortunately. So UT has a couple of teams huddled around the top 5 or around the top 20, I should say. And the fun fact that I've been told about UT is that they have 3 international Master Zone code forces, so really strong competitive programmers, but all 3 of them are on different teams. And so it should be a really intense competition, even just between the UT Austin teams. Let's see, Florida Tech. Florida Tech was going for their 7th problem over in Division 2, but they got time limit exceeded. So that's too bad. I don't think so UT Apocalypse Attack, after getting 8 problems in the first 70 minutes, they've gone 20 minutes or so without making any submissions. So it seems like we're starting to slow down. It seems like maybe those last 5 problems are getting to be really tricky. I'll show the statistics for a moment. Let me get this back up. All right. So it looks like we've gotten submissions on almost everything. Although I don't know why we haven't seen any submissions for J on the statistics tracker, because I know we've seen like those submissions that have gotten IG before. But we've seen submissions on C, E, and F. Nobody's gotten accepted yet. And meanwhile, so UMD Red has gotten accepted on their 6th problem, and they're only 11 penalty minutes behind UMD White. So this actually could be really competitive. UMD White, which was slated as to be one of the top teams, could be facing some stiff competition from within their own school. Meanwhile, UCF Catalan, which has been on 4 problems for a pretty good while, has finally made a new submission. This is to problem B. Let's see how they do. And that's accepted. So they move all the way up into 5th thanks to their great penalty time on 4 problems. So they could really mount a serious comeback here. I mean, the problem is that UCF Apocalypse Attack is so far ahead, but they could at least start passing some of the teams on 6 problems, just because they still have avoided penalty submissions entirely, and so they still have a lot of potential to pass UMD White and Red if they were so inclined. But now UT Dallas Woosh already in 2nd place, going for their 7th problem. This would be the first solve on problem F if they get it right, so that would be exciting. They don't have the potential to take the lead with this problem. Oh, but it's wrong answer. Yes, the UT Dallas still being 2 problems behind. They don't have the potential to jump into 1st just by solving 1 more problem. But they do have the option to solidify their lead over UMD and UCF Catalan and all the other strong teams. Luckily, though, with 6 problems and 2:26 penalty time, they already have a pretty solid advantage over Texas A&M Hide on FFT and Texas A&M Goon, which are the next 2 teams in the South Central Division. So UT Dallas should be feeling very good about their chances for NAC qualification right now. UT Orange looks like they're most of the way to solving B. That would make them the 5th team to solve 6 problems. Let's see if they can do it. And that's accepted. They move up into 5th place, still behind some teams on penalty time. Looks like UCF Catalan, Duke, A&M Goon, Hopkins. A bunch of teams could theoretically pass them, but for now, they're in a good position. UMD White with a problem cease attempt, but it quickly got wrong answer. No luck there. So far, like the 5 hard problems of the competition have not yet been cracked. And I think just for fun, let's look and see what L is and see what makes L so intimidating that none of the teams have even tried it yet. So let's have a look at this. We're given some points paired with an equal number of line segments. All right, so it's geometry, so that on its own is an indication maybe for why teams don't want to deal with this. Geometry problems are known for being really difficult to implement correctly and to get all the details right. The line segments are all completely on the x-axis, and we want to draw some new line segments that connects the point to connects point I to its corresponding line segment. The trick is that we can't have any of the two drawn segments intersecting, and so we want to minimize the length of all drawn segments. Very interesting, and n is up to 10 to the 5th. So we're going to have to be a little bit careful about this. I wonder if so the line segments are given in order from left to right, and no two line segments intersect. So, this is interesting. So I guess maybe like one thought would be that we might want to go from like the leftmost line segment to the leftmost. Maybe this isn't that bad actually. Maybe this is just like annoying to get the details right. Because I guess my intuition would be that we would want to connect, or we would want to. Oh wait, no, but we have to minimize the length. Wow, okay, this is tricky. Interesting. Alright. Huh. So it seems like we definitely want to use the fact that like the line segments are all on the x-axis and they're in this nice order. That's definitely going to be helpful. I wonder like in what situations could our line segments intersect? Like I wonder if in some sense the line so if we have like one point on a left line connected to a left line segment and one point connected to a right line segment, I guess maybe the issue is that like the point on the left line segment might have to go like over top, or might have to make sure that its line goes over the top of the right line segment. Interesting. Okay, this is kind of tricky. Yeah, I'm not sure this is like an impossibly hard problem. I feel like there must be something you can do that works out pretty nicely. But it is pretty tricky, and I definitely would not want to like spend too much time attempting this early into a contest. So that's pretty cool. I'll be really interested to see what the teams do with it. Might think about it more if we have time later in the contest, but I think it would take some thought to get right, and then the implementation would be hard. Let's look back at the scoreboard. UCF Medusa has solved their 5th problem. They're up into 9th place now. And you can see now we have 16 or more than 16 teams on 5 problems. So, yeah, looks like things are going pretty great. Still only 5 teams on 6 problems. Yeah, this is. I think I've liked all the problems that I've seen from this contest a lot. I think that yeah, this is definitely an interesting problem set for the teams to work on. So if we look at what the top teams are going for, right now UCF Apocalypse Attack and UMD White are the only teams that have successfully solved H. It looks like H is the main target for a lot of the other strong teams. So UT Dallas Whoosh seems to want H, UMD Red, and Duke Red Bull are all going for H already, but have had incorrect submissions. If we look at C, so UMD White has attempted C. No one has solved it yet. UT Dallas Whoosh has attempted F and got a penalty, but they might have switched over to H when they realized that nobody has gotten F yet. Like maybe they realized there was a problem with their idea. Let's see. UVA Spicy Chicken went for their 5th problem, but no luck. Johns Hopkins attempted J, but again they got that IG error, and whatever the IG error is, it seems like the teams are not getting penalty submissions for it. Those submissions just aren't counting. So in some sense, like IG, I guess, must be like compilation error in that way, but still pretty interesting. I don't really know what's going on there. We'll talk about this problem later on into the contest. And Texas A&M Goon also got IG, and yeah, no. Not sure what that means, but again, they didn't get a penalty for it, so. All right, well, this is all very interesting. William and Mary has 6 problems, and it looks like the Div 2 scoreboard. I'll maybe show this real quick. Yeah, so you can see the Div 2 scoreboard is now maybe outpacing the Div 1 scoreboard a little bit, or at least it seems like there's 6 very approachable problems that a lot of teams have gotten. UMD Purple has lost the lead, and here I'm going to go back to the top real quick. So UMD Purple has lost their lead to University of Georgia cross-country team, which University of Georgia has 3 firsts to solve, so they seem like they're the real trailblazers of this competition. Oh, and I guess on the in Division 1, UMD White is most of the way through problem B. They could be the second team to get to 7 problems. UMD Red attempted that feat by by submitting to problem H, but no such luck. Let's see, will this B submission go through? Oh, and Johns Hopkins ISA just got K. And, oh, UMD White moves up into 2nd place by solving problem B. That's 7 problems for UMD White. Hopkins ISA is up in 6th with their submission to problem K. Anyway, so this let's see, and UMD Purple is trying to go back to 1st place in Division 2 by solving problem K, but it quickly got wrong answer. University of North Florida attempting the same thing, problem K. They're making progress. It's judging. Nearly TLE. No luck. All right, that's unfortunate, but good to see that the teams are still competing hard down in Division 2. Let's go back to Division 1 for a little bit. And maybe now we can read problem B. All right, so this is called balanced tree path. Interesting. And here's the problem. So we're given a tree where each node is annotated with a character that could be a parentheses or a bracket or curly braces. And we want to find and we want to count the number of balanced paths over the entire tree, where a path is balanced if a path is balanced if the characters at each node, when concatenated, form a balanced string. And what does it mean for characters to form a balanced string? It means that so the empty string is balanced. If S is a balanced string, then we can wrap it in parentheses, brackets, or curly braces, and it'll still be balanced. And the concatenation of 2 balanced strings is balanced. And this is up to 5,000, so an O of n squared algorithm should work fine. But this could definitely still be a little bit tricky. So to understand what a balanced string is, I think you can intuitively think about a balanced string as just being a set of a balanced parentheses sequence, or a parentheses sequence that makes arithmetical sense. So for example, you could insert math equations between some of the parentheses and you would get a valid expression. And so for example, something like, actually I kind of don't want to use the key here. Maybe I'll use the, is there a place I can type? Maybe I'll use the submission window here to type for a moment. So something like this, these parentheses would be these 2 parentheses would be a balanced string. This would still be a balanced string, or something like this would be a balanced string. But on the other hand, something like this would not be a balanced string because the parenthesis ends before the curly brace ends. So let's see, what are we gonna... Oh, and it looks like Georgia Tech, by the way, has just gotten their 6th problem, so congratulations to them. They're in 7th place now. So let's see, I guess the trick is going to be figuring out how to check if 2 strings are balanced. Yeah, this is an interesting task. I guess... So normally when we have, when we are thinking about, paths in a... Oh, wait, hold on. Can we just do... No. Yeah, this is interesting. I mean, so there's sort of 2 general strategies I could think of. One would be to consider each possible starting endpoint for the path, and then look at each of the possible each of the possible paths we could do starting from that point and see which of those work. The other is is to think about each path can be decomposed into an upward path and a downward path. And so we could figure out like for which of those, or for which, and so we can figure out like for each possible like intersection of the upward path and downward path, which upward and downward paths work. Interesting. Oh, I guess maybe I think maybe we can just do this using like a DFS, or using a DFS starting at each node. So one idea is that to check if a string is balanced, what we can do is we can maintain the string in a stack. And when we see a new symbol, if it's an opening bracket, add it to the stack. If not, check if the top element of the stack is a corresponding opening bracket and pop it if so. If not, the string is not balanced. So this, like, we can prove is a correct algorithm to determine whether a string is balanced. And so an example is if we have, like, this string, then initially we would push the left parenthesis to the stack, and then the left bracket to the stack. And then now we have this right bracket. We see that the top element of the stack is a left bracket, so we would drop it. We have the left those are curly braces, not brackets. We have this left bracket, and now we see the right bracket, and so we pop it from the stack. And now we see the right parentheses and pop it from the stack. Okay, so that works. And on the other hand, if we have something like this string, which I mentioned before, isn't balanced, we would push the left parenthesis onto the stack, push the curly brace onto the stack, and then we would get to this right parentheses, but we would see that the top element of the stack is a curly brace, which doesn't match. And so we would say this is not a balanced string. So I think what we could do is we could just do a DFS starting from each of the possible characters, and then we could see if any of and then we could see which of the possible endpoints leads to a balanced path. And so this problem maybe then isn't that bad as long as you have a good sense of what it intuitively means for for a bracket string to be balanced. So that's pretty cool. I guess it's not too surprising that a lot of teams are getting this quickly, because if you're comfortable with the notion of a balanced bracket sequence, then you can do a fairly simple algorithm to get accepted here. Let's see. So Georgia Tech got a compilation error on their 7th problem. So it looks like compilation errors are usually pretty quick. I'm a little surprised that one of the stronger teams will get one, just because normally teams will compile their code on their own first. Meanwhile, Georgia cross-country team in Division 2 has gotten their 9th problem with an AC on problem I. Okay, so now Georgia Tech Gold is going for I. This is their 5th submission, so their penalty time won't be great if they get it right. Oh, and they do, so they're up into 3rd place with 7 problems, 629 penalty time, which is definitely not the situation you want to be in. They've taken a lot of penalties so far, but they're ahead on, at least for now, they're ahead on problems, and that's what counts. All right. So yeah, it looks like it's continuing to be an exciting contest. I think I'm going to give my voice a little bit of a rest. I've been talking a lot recently, so I'm going to answer these any remaining questions real quick. Looks like there's nothing new in the chat. Okay. So I'm going to cut my camera and mic for a moment and take a quick break. I'll be come back in about 10 minutes, and when I do, we'll switch over to a special segment where I'll be talking about David, or talking with David, or Second Thread, who some of you all might know, about the problems that overlap between this contest and the Pacific Northwest contest. All right, let's see. So, all right, cool. I will see you all again soon. All right, we're back. Okay, let's look and see how the scoreboard has changed since I left you all. So it looks like UCF Apocalypse Attack has solved their 9th problem. Let me check which problem that was. I think that was problem C. Yep, so they were the first to solve problem C. UMD hot on their trail is attempting C, but no luck. That's their second wrong submission on problem C. Texas A&M Goon still looking for that 6th problem, attempting K. We still have two teams on 7 problems now: UMD White and Georgia Tech Gold. Texas A&M got time limit exceeded on K. Yeah, it looks like. But anyway, so now it's we're 2 hours into the contest, and I think we're going to spend the next few minutes talking to a special guest. So yeah, so I'm about to call in David, our second thread. He's been an ICPC commentator for a long time and also a strong competitor himself, representing UCF. And right now he's doing commentary for the Pacific Northwest Division, and we're going to talk about some of the problems that are shared between those 2 divisions. So I'm going to go try and join his Zoom, and we will talk about some of these problems. Alright, cool. He should be ready in just a couple of minutes. Meanwhile, University of Virginia got wrong answer on F. Looks like F is still unsolved, although a couple of teams have targeted it. All right, let's see. It looks like things have settled down. Not a whole lot of submissions coming in, which is pretty typical for this stage of the contest. The first hour or so is always the fastest pace. Is like the teams are solving the problems that are really easy for them. But now this stage of the contest is where teams really begin to differentiate themselves by solving some of the harder problems in the set. So let's see. Maybe in that spirit, we'll work on, or I'll at least read one more problem before we talk to David. So let's see. How about which problem is next out of the ones that we haven't seen? Have we read I? No, we've not read I. I has a lot of solves. Let's look at that. All right. We're browsing the website that lists items for sale. It has a paging UI that displays a fixed number of items per page, one at a page at a time. And we can select items using a few UI elements. We have a checkbox for every item on the current page, a select all button, a deselect all, a next page, and a previous page. And we've pre-selected some items, and but the items that we want to purchase may differ from the pre-selected or the items. And okay, and so we're given which item, or let's see, N is the number of items, M is the number of items per page, S is the number of the page currently displayed, P is the number of pre-selected items, and Q is the number of items that you want. Okay. Interesting. So let's see, and then the items are just like, okay, it's items 1 through 20 are on page 1. All right. So this seems like this problem is not going to be that bad conceptually. It's just going to be kind of annoying to implement. I guess what I would think to do is the first thing we have to figure out is which pages do we actually need to visit, because there might be some pages that we get to just skip because the items that we want on that page and the number of pre-selected items, and the set of pre-selected items we want on that page are the same. And so we basically have to figure out, first of all, like how much further back are we going to have, or how many pages back are we going to go, and how many pages forward are we going to have to go, and that'll tell us the number of times we have to use next page and previous page. And then for each page, we have to figure out how many times we have to use the checkbox, the select all, and the deselect all button. And I think the idea here is that we there's no point to like, using the checkbox and then only afterwards doing select all or deselect all, because that would just like undo whatever work we already did. So we can just do some casework over whether we select all or deselect all or do neither at the beginning, and from there we can just figure out what the best strategy is. And so in that sense, this problem seems pretty easy conceptually, but there are enough like details to work out that it could be kind of annoying to type up. So the nice thing is that this could be an engaging problem for some of the weaker teams to work on late into the contest, while for the more experienced teams, I would imagine what they would do is they would have someone like writing out all of the details, or maybe even like writing out specific code on paper. And then once they're ready, they could just like get on the computer and type it out really quickly and hopefully get a quick accepted. All right. Cool. That's a good problem. It's not particularly it's not absurdly challenging, but it does have the potential for teams to take some penalties if they don't think about the details correctly. Looks like Georgia Tech Georgia Tech Navy, I think, is going for their 4th AC on, but no, they get 2 teams actually just got WA on I, so it is a bit of a tricky one to get right. All right, looks like David is on Zoom, so I'm going to try and join him. All right, let's see. Hey,
Welcome,
David, can you hear me?
welcome Geothermal. How's it going?
It's going well. How are you? Give me one moment to get my stream set up for you. All right, let's have a look. All right. Can you see me, David?
We can.
Excellent.
It's great to have you on.
Good to be here. Glad to have you over here. And let's switch screens. And now, hopefully, cool. Hopefully, everyone watching the South stream can see David now.
Good morning, South Stream. I know it's pretty late for you guys.
Not too late. Just 3 or 4 p.m. depending on what time zone you're in. Hopefully, how's everything going in Pacific Northwest?
Pretty good. We had a little fluster at the beginning with a delayed start, but it seems like things are all on track now. We're doing pretty well. I saw briefly, is it true that UCF had the dark green from you guys?
Yeah, UCF Catalan and UCF Apocalypse Attack, which is another UCF team, has a true problem lead at the moment. So,
oh my goodness.
You'll be glad to hear that your old team's doing great.
Yeah, congratulations to them. I just want to mention, in case people aren't familiar, I went to UCF. I was a UCF competitor back in my day, so it's good to see they're doing well.
Yeah, if there's extra time at the end, I would love to talk to you about just everything that UCF does for training, just because it's really impressive, the program that they've built up and how they manage to have such a strong pool of talent year after year. So, but for now, so let's see. I guess I don't think that we're on the exact same problem set, right? There might be some overlapping problems, but between the South and Pacific Northwest, but some different ones.
What I've heard is there are four different ones. Now, I don't know if that means we have 4 problems you don't, or there are 4, like the different count is 4. But yeah, I think I've heard there are four different problems between our sides.
All right, cool. That should be a lot of overlap. We have 13 in total, so
yeah, happy to talk about some shared ones.
Mm-hmm. How much time have you had to spend reading the problems so far?
I think I've gotten through maybe 4 or 5.
About the same here.
But
do you guys have ABC string in your set?
We do. That's the greedy, right?
Yes.
We've talked about that one, yeah.
Nice. Let's see. Are there any that I think most of the ones that I've read, I've talked about a little here. So I'm happy to look at some new ones or to talk about any that you guys haven't discussed yet. Are there any that you're particularly interested in?
Do you happen to have acceptable seating arrangements?
Acceptable seating arrangements. I do not think so. Let me check our div 2 actually and make sure that it's not there.
Unlikely.
No, we have it.
You do? All right. Can we take a look at that one?
Sure thing. So let me read it out for.
Wait, hang on. You have this in your div 2, but not your div 1?
Yep.
Yikes. All right.
No one solved it in div 2 yet. Maybe it's a hard one.
It looks like it, because in our div 1 there are 2 solves.
Interesting.
Sorry, in the open div 1, there are 2 solves. And those 2 solves are Ksun and Conqueror of Tourist.
Okay, so
Both,
yeah.
both LGMs.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, strong, very strong competitors. All right, let's see. Oh, hold on, let me check. I think my Zoom audio might not be picking you up. That would be bad. Hold on.
Good morning. Good morning, South.
Oh, maybe
Big
it works.
South.
Okay, never mind. I think you're good.
Still working? Okay.
All right. I'll check the stream and make sure no one's complaining about being unable to hear you, but okay, should be fine. I think someone's saying you might be a little loud, so maybe I'll turn this down a little bit, but I think we should be good.
I'll just be consistent on my end. Hopefully that helps.
Yeah. Cool. Okay, I've tried to make you the same volume as my mic, so hopefully we're fine.
All right. Do you mind if I just read problem B first, and then we can talk about it after?
Yeah, acceptable seating arrangements.
Yeah, I'll just read it out loud
Go
just
for
to
it.
keep us in sync. Charlie is managing a classroom. The seats in his classroom are arranged in a grid with rows and columns, and each student has a distinct height. A configuration of students to seats is acceptable if the following conditions are met. Each student is assigned to exactly 1 seat, and the students are in increasing order of height from left to right in each row. Looks like there's 2D grid, yep. And then you want them to be sorted in each row. All right. The students are initially seated in an acceptable arrangement. Charlie wants to rearrange the students into a potentially different acceptable arrangement, and to do so, he will swap any 2 students. However, he wants to ensure that the configuration stays acceptable after each swap. Help Charlie devise a strategy to move the students from the original arrangement to his preferred arrangement. You don't need to minimize the number of swaps, and you're limited to, at most, 10 to the 4 swaps. It can be proven this is always possible for all possible inputs that satisfy the input constraint.
Interesting.
Oh, is this interactive?
No,
this is
it's
just Judger.
Yeah,
Judger.
It is
See,
like.
I've heard there's one interactive problem which is really good. Is what Nick tells me.
Interesting. Yeah, so that's problem J in our set. And do you know what the IG verdict stands for? Because we've gotten a lot. I don't know if it's like idleness limit exceeded or something, but we've had a lot of people that, or a decent number of teams have accepted, or have gotten accepted.
Wait, you said IG is in like Igloo Gamma or whatever?
Yes.
I don't.
Yeah, I haven't seen that one before. A lot of teams have been getting that. It doesn't seem like it comes with a penalty. It's side note, quick update for people watching the South stream. UMD White has just solved their 8th problem, solidifying their 2nd place position. So congratulations to them. But yeah, so I don't really know what's going on, but no one's really gotten it in the South. Has anyone gotten that problem over on your end?
I'm gonna be honest. I don't know which problem it is.
I haven't read it too. Maybe we can talk about it later.
What is it called? What's the title?
That would be step 1, sequence guessing.
That's K for us. Yes, actually, quite a few solves. We got 5, 6, 7, like 8 or 9.
Wow, interesting.
Yeah. So impressive.
Very cool. All right.
All right, let's go back to this one though.
Yes. Yeah, so this is an interesting setup, and it feels like it's a little rare in ICPC to have problems where your multiple different outputs can work, and you're just trying to figure out and you're just trying to find any possible construction. So, pretty cool setup here.
So a quick question about the input. So, is 2 the height and 3 the width? Oh yeah, and then so you're given 2 grids. So it's this
yes,
input
exactly.
is two 2x3 grids.
Yep.
And you go from the first to the second. Okay. Interesting.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let's see.
Noticeably, input is tiny.
Yes, and we can move. You do up to 10 to the 4th step, so we have a lot of room to potentially do stuff that isn't the most efficient as long as it works.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I guess
one observation. Sorry.
No, you go ahead.
Like, if you had these sorted in like row major order, if you're able to sort everything, then you don't have to worry about going like from some state to some other state. You can just go from some state to sorted, and from the other state to sorted, and then invert the second half.
Yep, that's a good idea. And so then we just have one like canonical set of one canonical arrangement that we're just always going to try to reach. And we
Yeah,
know
so-
from the problem statement that we can prove that this is going to be possible. So I guess as long as we can do that in 5,000 rather than 10,000 swaps, then we should be good to go.
And the question is how do you sort this in row major order?
Yeah.
Can you do that?
Let's see. So I guess intuitively, it seems like we're going to. It seems like it should be helpful to work either from smallest to largest or largest to smallest, either one. And I guess the thing that I would worry about a little is that so if we want to, is that like we can swap, or so if we look at like the position of 1, for example, we can swap 1 into any position and it'll still be like the smallest in its row.
Sorry, am I messing up your
no, you're not.
Zoom here if I do this?
Okay. No, you're good. 1 will still be the smallest thing in its row, but the problem is that if we swap it, or is that whatever we swap into the position 1 previously occupied might be larger than the next thing in that row. So that's a little bit tricky.
Yeah. So if we have something like this, maybe I'm gonna try putting the biggest one in the last, if that's okay.
Yep. Should the second thing be something other than a 1, since we know that all the things are distinct?
Oh well, yeah. It doesn't matter. You're right. But 2, 10, and then 3, 4. Oh, I guess that might be helpful. 6. So if we have something like this, so we want to move the 10 to the 6, right?
Yes.
So, sorry, just to confirm, can your stream see me?
Yes, they can see the drawing.
Okay.
It's helpful if you can stay on the left side, or actually maybe I can just move the zoom window or something. Yeah, it'd be helpful if you could stay on the left side just so that my of your screen, just so that my because I have the problem up on the right.
Sure.
But what you're doing right now is perfectly visible.
So we want to swap these because we want 10 to be in this spot here.
Yep.
And in this case, it's fine, but it could hypothetically not be if we had something like this. So if we had 7, 8.
Right.
Because now swapping them, if you did that, then you'd have 7, 8, 6, and 6 is too small.
Yeah. I wonder if there's like, I guess this might be a little bit too slow, but I wonder if there's like one thought is that if we can prove that we can always do a swap that will destroy an inversion in the array, then that would be sufficient, because, or that would at least, I guess that might theoretically take too many moves, but then if we like just theoretically kept doing a swap that destroys an inversion until the array is sorted, then that could potentially work. So I guess like,
yeah,
and the other nice,
that's a good conjecture. I have no idea if it's true, but
yeah, me neither. I mean, the other thing to think about is that the number of inversions, in some sense, the number of inversions could be large, or it could be large. It could be like 400 choose 2 as you're writing out. However, it is like at least slightly limited in the sense that we can't have an inversion between 2 elements in the same row. In other words, so each row has to be sorted in order.
So Mikhail, who's helped with some other problems in our chat, says he thinks there are at most 20 times 20 choose 2 inversions, which would be below 5,000.
Yeah, I think I agree with that. Yeah. Wait, hold on. I guess I would think 20 choose 2 ways to choose 2 rows times 20 squared. Because if we choose 2 rows and then
I feel like it's order n squared things, right? Because like for each element here, this element here could be bigger than every other element not in this row.
Right.
So that is pretty much n squared.
N squared inversions per item potentially.
Or yeah. So if there are n items in total, they're pretty much n inversions per item. I mean, the only time it doesn't work is if they're in the row, but there aren't that many in that row.
Right,
Most
but
things aren't in the row.
like 20, I guess n could be like 20 squared, right? So there can be on the order of like 20 squared inversions per item.
Yes, exactly.
And
Yeah,
so
yeah,
like basically with 20 squared, it's like I think I would expect the number of inversions, unless like we do something smart, to be potentially on the order of n to the fourth, which would be not great. Which would be not great. We can see. Let's
yeah. It could be if you always if you always pick the swap that has the most inversions, it could be that cuts it down.
Yeah, really perhaps. Or it might be that every swap is guaranteed to. Or maybe it could be that every swap in some way is guaranteed to destroy more than one inversion, but hard to say. Maybe maybe we should put this aside for a little bit and think about and keep thinking of ideas.
But okay, yeah, sure. So one question is like, just for this example here, we have like a very solid example, right?
Yep.
We have 7, 8, 10, 3, 4, 6.
Yep.
Like, how do you actually in practice make progress here? What do you actually do? Swap the 6 with the 8 or 6 with the 7?
Let's see. I guess. I mean, in some sense, like we just want to swap the entire 2 rows, right?
Mm-hmm.
So let's see. So I guess I think the only valid move here is to swap 6 and 7, right?
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah,
so
that's the only thing you can even do. Okay. So let me just.
It's a cool problem. All right, awesome.
And now the 7 and the 8.
Sounds about right.
Feels
like we're sort of bubble sorting or something like that. Okay, and then now we can do the 8 and the 10. All right, and so in order n moves, we've moved the 10 to where we want it to be.
Oh, but look at what we just did. We had this thing here, right?
Uh-huh.
We did this. What we did is we took all of these things, and then we moved them over by 1, and then we moved this down and moved the X here.
Yep.
And you can always do that. I mean, it doesn't have to be in the beginning. You can have things before it.
Yeah, I agree. And so maybe, let's see. So how many moves? So this took like 20 or order like just n moves basically, right? Or I guess here it took us 3 moves. Is that right?
Yeah, I think so.
So it seems like maybe if we just I think like there's nothing special about this where row major order makes this easier to work with. So maybe if we just go back to trying to solve the problem directly, we can do this and it'll take like at most 20 moves per element. And since we have 20 squared elements, that's 20 cubed moves at most in total, which is 8,000 moves, which is fast enough.
Okay, so you're saying don't do row major order just because then we don't have to do it twice, so we get extra room.
Yeah, exactly. So here, do you want to maybe like work it out in the
example case?
Yeah.
Sure. So can you read it to me just because I don't have it?
Yeah, sure. So the first grid is going to be 1, 4, 5, and then the second row is 2, 3, 6. And then for the target grid is going to be 3, 5, 6. Ooh, like the color change. 1, 2, 4. Awesome.
Okay,
so
I'm gonna use a little bit of the right side of my screen, by the way. So
okay, we don't need the problem anymore. I'll just pull you up, and now the people can see our beautiful faces. So that's always a plus.
You want 6 to move to where the 5 is, right? Because that's.
Yep. And I guess
what are we trying to do first?
I think we were thinking largest to smallest. I mean, I guess the 2 should be in some sense isomorphic. So.
Okay.
But let's do largest to small. So and the 6, like right, we can already move it with the 5, so we can do that right away.
Okay, so then you get 1. I guess let's just do this.
Yeah, I'll keep count of our moves, but I guess we aren't asked to minimize the number of moves, so it's not important that we just use 4 moves like the example output does. All right, so now the 5 has to switch with the 4, and we can also do that directly.
Okay, so if we were to do this, what problems could there be? So there could be this one is, well, this can't ever be too big.
Right.
Because we're doing the biggest to smallest. So we know this one is safe.
I guess the issue could be that,
this
like,
one could be too
like
small.
what if the top the top middle was a 3 and the bottom middle was a 4? Like it could be that the 4 isn't large enough to be.
And in that case, we would just have to loop them.
Exactly.
Like we did before. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, so I think we got it. Let's just do this just for completeness. So
Yep.
then,
So
5 here,
6, and
4
then 2,
here.
3, 4. All right. So now we need the 3. Now we've got the 4, 5, and 6 in the right positions. Now let's do the 3. And so see with the 3 now we can't just directly swap with the 1.
Mm-hmm.
So we're gonna need to swap the 1 and the 2 first.
Okay, so then we would have 2, 1, and then we swap the 3 and the 2.
Yep. And then we're done.
Yeah, looks great. And then
Yeah.
2 works and 1 works.
Nice problem. I mean, it seems like the I don't know, trying to think about solutions in the abstract doesn't seem like it works super well for this, but then when you actually like think about concrete ideas, it turns out to work out really nicely. So it's a cool task.
Yeah. No, I like it. I like it.
There have been a lot of good
very
problems
original.
in this set actually, that I feel like.
Do you want to take a look at the interactive one yet? Have you looked at it yet?
I've not. So yeah, that seems really cool.
I've heard wonderful things about it from
Excellent.
Nick, so
Great.
I think that would be fun.
I'm going to take a
let's
moment, by the way, to let me explain to my stream what an interactive problem is real quick. I don't know if you've gone over that already.
I'll have them watch you as you do it.
Great. So basically, for most competitive programming problems, the way the problem works is you receive an input and then you write an output. And so for this problem, for example, 777s that I pulled up, you have to like read in this sample or this input and then write out the correct answer. And then your goal is either for the answer to match exactly what the judge thinks the correct answer is, or in the case of this acceptable seating arrangements problem that David and I just went over, you have to output any acceptable answer. Any like valid swaps that'll be a correct solution. Interactive problems are a whole different beast. The way an interactive problem works is that rather than receiving all of the input at once, the judge is going to give you some information, and then you're going to have to like maybe ask the judge certain types of questions or give it like some information before it'll give you any more input. And so you're basically your program is going to have to communicate with a judge program until hopefully like it finally ends up giving the judge program the correct answer that it wants to hear. So that's a general sense of how these work, but we'll see a more concrete example right now. Anything else to add for now, David?
Yeah, just the most classic example of this is guess the number, right? Like you're
Yep.
thinking of some number and then you make a guess and the judge tells you, is it too high, too low, or did you get it right?
Yeah.
So that's that's the most common example, but they don't have to be like that. That's
Right.
just a...
Yeah, it's a great example. Okay.
All right. So yeah, let's read it maybe. This one is sequence guessing.
Yeah.
All right. So you guess the sequence instead of guess the number.
So let's see.
I'll read it again and then we
Yes,
can
go
go from
ahead.
there. So you are tasked with creating a secret sequence of integers that's difficult to guess. The sequence is subject to the following constraints. The first number must be 0, the last number must be 100,000, and each number must be either 1 or 2 greater than the one before it. So you start at 0, you have to add 1 or 2, and you have to end at 100,000. At first, all you need to reveal is the length of the sequence, and then an adversary will guess the numbers in the sequence one at a time. If the guess number is in your sequence, you must reveal exactly where in the sequence it appears, and if it's not, you must simply reveal that it's not in the sequence. This is considered a miss. Note that because you are not forced to write down the sequence in advance, you can cheat by changing the sequence you have in mind, so long as it does not contradict the information you have revealed so far. It turns out that under these conditions, you can always force the adversary to guess 33,333 misses, so miss 1 in every 3 times of your total, before they can guess every number in the sequence. Your job is to write a program that makes them miss this many times. Did they give us a sample?
Well, I think like, yeah, I gotta give us a sample interaction, but it obviously, I mean, I think, but like, there's only one, or presumably you're only going to end up just creating one array that works, and so. This is an interesting set.
But it'll be different every time. This is like very weird because this is like you're almost writing the judger.
That's exactly what I was going to say. So, for context for people, there are like 2 types of interactive problems. There's one type of interactive problem which is called non-adaptive, where basically there might be like so as another, or going back to David's guess the number example, with a non-adaptive interactive problem, the judge will just like figure out in advance that the number you're trying to guess is, let's say, 20, and then it'll just like output the correct answers to all of your questions based on your guess being 20. With an adaptive interactive problem, the judge can like cheat a little, cheat in air quotes, in the sense that the judge can change the correct answer to be any possible answer that's consistent with the questions you've asked so far. And so, for example, if you said, like, the judge might initially say, okay, 20 is going to be my answer, and then you ask, is it higher or lower than 30? And the judge says lower. And the judge might say, okay, I've changed my mind. Now I want my answer to be 10. And that's allowed because even if the answer was 10 all along, the judge would have given the same answer to your question about whether it's higher or lower than 30. And so...
to give it a concrete example of, like, when this would be useful, like, if you're playing guess the number between 1 and 10, right? And someone guesses 3. 3 is a bad first guess. What you should guess is 5, because that way it splits it evenly. But the judge might have initially been thinking of the number 2, and then before they answer, they're like, all right, I'm going to change my answer to 7. And 7 is still consistent with it can pick whatever it wants, but it's going to change its answer. That way it makes it worse for you, and it takes advantage of something you did that was suboptimal.
Yep. So the idea of writing doing an adaptive interactive problem is so that the judge can make sure that the contestant's program will perform as poorly as it possibly could, and that's exactly what we're trying to do here, where we're trying to force the judge to take at least 33,333 misses.
All right, I'm sharing my screen again with you.
Excellent,
here, Jay.
I can see it.
And we can maybe walk through some way of thinking about this here.
Yep.
Do you think maybe it might be easier to think about this in terms of like 1 to 10 rather than 1 to 100,000?
Yeah, probably.
Okay,
I guess
so 0.
And then one thing that I worry about a little bit is that it seems like the 333 bound could be pretty tight, and so in that sense, like, some very niche properties of 100,000 could be pretty relevant.
Like the fact that it mod 3 is 1?
Yes.
Is it mod 3 1? Is that true?
100,000, yes. Yeah.
Yeah, any power of 10 would be.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, so yeah, so the first thing is, like, basically you have potential, right? Like, you have some number of potential left.
Yep.
And oh, hang on a minute. They can guess any number.
Right.
Oh, this could be a problem.
So one thought is the difference between any two adjacent numbers in your sequence has to be 1 or 2. So if you report a miss, that means that the next higher and next lower numbers have to be in the sequence. Mm-hmm. And in particular, the judge can just guess one of those numbers immediately afterwards at no cost, and then we'll know what position they're in. So it seems like as soon as you either when the judge guesses a number that's in your sequence, you have to immediately commit to how many numbers you're going to put below it and how many numbers you're going to put above it.
Yeah, so the judge will probably guess like 5 first, right?
Yeah,
or something in the middle.
Yep, and so if you report a miss, then it'll know both 4 and 6 are in the sequence, and in particular can then guess 4 or 6, and it'll know exactly how many of the elements are in the left part below 4 and how many are in the right part above 6. So in that sense, like, at each stage, you have to commit to a certain number being on each side. So that makes me think, like, one like slightly silly thing that I would think to do is I would think at this point is I would actually be tempted to write a brute force program that asks the question of what's the maximum number of misses we can force if we have a certain number we have a certain like length of our sequence within a certain like length of numbers. So in other words, if we need to use like 2 out of 3 elements, for example, what's the maximum number of mistakes we can force and how do we do it? And that might potentially and so theoretically, if I was solving this problem and my teammates weren't using the computer, that would be a way to try and spot a pattern. But
so is this what you're talking about? You're saying, like, if you have so much room and so many forced hits, you can force this many misses?
Yep.
Is this always what you should do? Because, like, well, so I guess the first question is, like, if the judge guesses a position,
Hmm.
You have to decide two things. One, is it a miss or a hit? And then also, you might as well decide, I guess, well,
You have to decide. I mean, you have to decide if it's a hit. You have to decide how many numbers will be to the left, and if it's a miss, you know the judge can just like ask the ask the adjacent numbers right afterwards. So you might as well.
so you might as well just
Yeah,
go
like the
ahead.
judge can force you to say right then and there how many numbers you're going to put to the left.
Yeah. And if it's a hit, you have to decide, yeah. So you yeah. So every time there's a guess, you have to determine what do you put here? Like how much space do you devote to each side?
Yeah. So then so it seems like then you basically, yeah, I feel like this is going to turn into a problem that's large where like part of it is figuring out the basic strategy of when should we like hit and when should we miss. But the other part is like it feels like I have a suspicion that a lot of the trick will be making sure that we like get the full 33,333 misses that we're looking for rather than like 33,332. Like it feels
Mm-hmm.
like making optimal use of our space is going to be extremely important.
If we have this DP, can we like use this DP to determine what our score would be for every decision might make?
Oh, I guess the other issue is,
Like, or also, yeah, do we have any runtime concerns?
yeah. So the DP, I think we definitely can't use as a solution to the full problem because it seems like this is going to take O of n squared space. Um, so I
Yeah,
can imagine
because
like writing a brute force with this to like find the pattern and then implementing that pattern, but it seems like it could. But it seems like this is going the writing the DP is like the entire solution won't work. The other thing I'm thinking that like might not be, I guess maybe it's no, I guess it could be kind of encoded in the DP. But one thing that I'm thinking about is that if we have like for example a gap of size 1 and we know that it has like 0 hits inside of it, then the judge doesn't need, or we know that it has all hits inside of it, the judge isn't going to need to make any guesses inside that range because the judge already, or I guess the judge can't isn't going to risk any misses in that range because the judge already knows that that if it guessed in that range it would miss. So in that sense, like gaps of one don't can't help us generate a miss.
I guess the question is, what is the smallest, like what pieces of information would generate a miss? Maybe this is just the base case of the DP,
Yeah.
but
So like,
so if you have like a 1 and a 4 with one thing in it,
yep. Then I guess I think you could just say the judge could output either 2 or 3. You could just say nope, it was the other one, and that would get
mm-hmm.
you a miss. So
And
with length 2, you can definitely guarantee a miss if you have, and assuming that you only have one thing to put in there.
yeah, so I guess yeah, if you have two spaces and one thing to put in there, or I guess 3 spaces with two to put in there.
Yeah, so 3 spaces with 2 to put in there. So I guess like if the judge were, I think you can guarantee a miss because you can just say whatever the judge guesses first is a miss.
Yeah.
But now if the judge guesses in the middle, let's say, if the judge
Then,
guesses in
then the judge knows this
yeah, then the judge
after he
knows
guesses.
exactly which one of the others is. Or I guess if it's a miss in the middle, then the judge knows both the left and the right have to be hits. And if it's a hit in the middle, then the
Oh,
judge gets information about exactly which of the other 2 is the hit. So in that
yeah.
sense, with 3 gaps and we can force 1 miss, and and if we have like 3 things to, or if we have like 3 hits in there, then of course we can't force any misses.
My initial reaction here is this seems like a really easy problem to get wrong
I agree.
because like it seems like the judger could be, or like the judge, like the your adversary could do something stupid. And that could be like, oh, hang on a minute, that's
Right, it could be harder to react to.
yeah,
I guess
like
like maybe if we can find a pattern where, like if we can find like sort of a pattern where like okay with this many, like it seems like we're going to get big O of n over 3 like misses from a gap of size n. So
yeah.
it seems like maybe what we can do is we just need to figure out like what exactly is the pattern and how can we, and like how many gaps should we have to achieve that pattern, and then that might like motivate us to, that might help us figure out the solution.
So yeah, I guess if we have a certain gap, we can kind of determine how much room there should be there.
Right.
Or how many like things are there. do we want to just like make a chart of like if you have two spaces, you want one thing.
Yeah,
If you
two, and
have
we have one gap, let's say.
three spaces, you want one gap, or is two okay?
I think with three spaces, we want. Well, the thing is, if we only have one thing and is gap of size 3, then it has to be like blank hit, or sorry, it has to be like miss hit miss.
Oh, so you don't want one, you want two.
So we want 2, yeah. And then like
And then
any of
you
the
don't
three
want three,
positions.
you don't want one. Yeah. Okay.
Yep. And then
We'll go
and
for
then that's
4.
gonna get us 1 miss. So far we haven't done yet, so let's do that now. Let's see. So if we, so let's see. First of all, if the judge, yeah, do you want to say the judge guesses middle?
Because, yeah, I mean, middle one of the middle is probably always the best.
I would think
imagine.
so. Yeah. All right. So if it's a hit, then that means like it's going to be able to tell whether the left what about the left one, and then on the right one, we can force a miss. So if it's a hit, then we force 1 miss. If it's a miss, then that means that like the left and the right both have to be hits, and then the situation
and then
on the
tells you this.
Right. So that's so in either case we can only guarantee 1 miss. Yeah, so we can only guarantee 1 miss, and to do that we can either have like I think 2 or 3 will both work. I want to say, or maybe even I think Sorry. 2 or 3.
And this still gives us n over 3 floors.
That still give us 1 miss.
Yeah. Okay.
Although 2, we got 1 miss with 2, so I guess I would expect like 2, 3, and 4 get us 1 miss each, and then I think 5. I guess I would expect that we'll be able to get 2 misses.
Okay, let's see.
Yep. All right. Want to say the judge plays in the middle again?
Yeah, it's probably the best.
All right. So if it's a miss, then we get like the information about these two, and then we also get the information about the left and the right. So in this case, we only are going to get 1 miss.
Yeah, so we have to get a hit and then a miss here and then a miss here.
Exactly. Then we basically have 2 of the n equals 2 situations. So that means we need like 1 thing to hit in the middle, and then we need let's see, 2. How many? Or we need 2 things. So yeah, 3. We need 3 things.
So now the real question is it possible to do, I suspect it's not, but could it be possible to do better if the judge starts here, for example?
Yeah, or like, you mean for the judge to do better?
Yeah, can the judge ever ensure only 1 miss?
Yeah, good question. So if that's a hit, then we can ensure a miss just by like using the 3 on the side.
Oh wait, no. The judge just makes this a miss.
Yeah, so we're gonna make that.
You can always make one of these a miss and one of these a miss.
Yeah, so if we make like the, oh yeah, so that's a good idea. So if we like partition, I think that works. So we're.
Oh, hang on a minute.
Yeah,
can we just do this in general?
Yeah, I think we can. So you're saying that if we.
Whoa.
Nice. So if we like guarantee that if we like basically guarantee from the start that every like third thing is gonna be a miss. Yeah, that works. That makes this easy. So if we like we just like guarantee right off that every like third element is going to be a miss, and then the others like we can just go either way. We can just say whichever the way the judge guessed is wrong. That'll definitely satisfy our conditions, and they're like 9. The initial gap has size 99999, so that's going to get us exactly the right number of misses.
That's cool. So nice. It's just anytime they guess a number that's either 1 or 2, you're like, you're wrong. It was the other one.
Exactly. Nice.
That's pretty cool. All right. Nice problem.
Yeah. I thought that was going to be way uglier than it was.
Yeah, yeah. And then, so there's no DP. There's no, it's just a greedy.
Yeah.
It's just an observation now. That feels good. It's a good problem. I like it.
Yeah. That again, like it seemed like it was going to be really involved, and then it wasn't. If you don't mind, I'm going to switch over real quick to the scoreboard for a moment, just to give my stream a little bit of an update.
Sounds good. Am I still going to be?
I think that your audio won't be there, so I'll be. Okay. Give it just a moment.
All right. I'll cut you off too then.
All right. Let's see. Hopefully everyone can still hear me. So let's see. Hold on. All right.
All right. Yeah, not sure if you'll be able to hear.
Let's see. I think you actually can still. I think actually my stream can still hear you.
Oh, okay. I'll be quiet then.
Oh, no worries. Here, maybe I'll mute you and you can mute me so that we can do like scoreboard updates.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Quick scoreboard update here. So, one of the things that I really want to ask geothermal about is why do you only use 2 segments? Not sure what you mean. Yeah, it is. Well, remainder module 3 kind of, but I hope you guys saw what we just stumbled upon. If you're watching, because that was pretty cool.
Hey
The
David,
idea is,
sorry, can you mute yourself so your audio doesn't
oh,
come through
I'm
mine?
sorry.
Oh, you're good. Okay, here we go. All right, so now I think we're all set. Let's go back to the scoreboard for a moment. Okay. All right, here we go. So we can see UMD White has caught up a little bit. They're on 9 problems. They're still well behind on penalty time to UCF Apocalypse Attack by a margin of a bit over 200 or 250 penalty, it looks like. So not an ideal situation, but they do have, so it looks like maybe some progress towards problem F. They have only one penalty, so at least they're trying something. That's good. Aside from that, let's see. We have UT Dallas on 8 problems, U of Virginia on 7, U of Maryland Red, University of Virginia, and Georgia Tech Gold on 7 problems, and then behind them, a bunch of teams now on 6, including Duke, Red Bull, UCF Catalan, UT Orange, Hopkins ISA, UT Austin White Boxes, and let's see. Texas A&M Goon and Hyatt on FFT are both are in a really tight race there because one has 429 penalty, the other has 454. They both have 6 problems. Hyatt on FFT actually might be at an advantage because they still have B left to solve, which is a pretty straightforward problem. So that might mean that they can get to 7 problems faster. But it looks like whichever of these 2 teams finishes faster is likely to make NAC because. Let's see, there's UT Dallas is in first for the South Central Division, followed by UT Austin and then Texas A&M. So, so Goon and Hyde on FFT are in a tight race for this slot, and we will have to see who ends up taking it. Let's see, so what else is there to look at? I just noticed one of the UCF teams is called UCF 3 Knights, which is it's a good pun since UCF's mascot is the Knights. So, in addition to the chess opening reference, the team does, in a literal sense, consist of 3 knights. Which problems have been solved? Let me pull up the statistics tracker real quick. And here, maybe I'll get my camera back on. It looks like it can't take it back from Zoom. Okay, so no camera for now. A lot of submissions coming in. Let's see, Ohio University just got their 2nd problem. Duke McLaren is going for their 3rd. And they got accepted. Johns Hopkins actually got the first and only solve on J, going up to 7 problems. How long ago? That was just recent. Oh wait, and University of South Florida and UT Austin just got accepted on J. UT Austin has 2 submissions, so it sounds like maybe those IG errors were, and now Goon has 3 wrong submissions. I think there must have been a judging issue for J, and now, and I guess now that's been fixed. Like maybe the CADS judge wasn't working because it did seem like some teams already had accepted in Pacific Northwest. Okay, so that's really interesting. So it seems like then there was like an error with the problem that now has gotten fixed, and so now the teams that have gotten it are being retroactively credited for their correct code. So UT Austin. So it looks like UT Austin had it got it right. Johns Hopkins ISA got it right, and so now White Boxes is the top UT Austin team. Yeah, problem J is the one that I just went over with David. So that was the interactive one. Again, like I can imagine it being a bit tricky to get right if you don't think about it closely enough, but once you figure it out, it's got a really nice idea. Okay. All right, cool. I think that brings us about up to speed on the scoreboard for now. I'm going to tell David that we're ready to, or I'm ready to join him again whenever he is.
Hey Jay, quick announcement here. Sorry, we'll go back to ourselves in a minute. I don't know if you're aware, but for the interactive problem that we just talked about.
Yeah, I just saw there was like a judging issue, and then they like rejudged, and some teams got accepted. It looks like.
Yeah, that's what I'm hearing from Chief Judge Nick over here.
Yeah, I got involved. I got pulled into it because I helped prepare this problem, and so there was just some misconfiguration, and so I had to do some last minute. I was coding actually for the last like 30 minutes to fix things, but the problem should be working properly now.
Nice. I'm glad everything got resolved. I'm going to switch back to Zoom. And I think, by the way, my scoreboard update is about finished, so I'm happy to talk about another problem, Nick, Nick and David, if you guys are interested. But yeah, that's good to see that it's all resolved. And it looks like a couple of teams now have gotten accepted. A couple just took some penalties. But yeah, it was a nice problem. It looks like over in Mid-Atlantic, we only have 2 problems that are still unsolved. Those being E and then L, which L is the geometry one that no one's even attempted so far, so not the most surprising thing. Yeah, anyway, David, do you want to go over another problem together?
Yes, sorry, was I muted?
Yes.
I don't know how you heard me. Okay. How do let me pin this real quick. Now I'm full screen.
Sure thing. Let's see. So I guess I don't know which ones are overlapping between our sets. Maybe we can do one of the ones that like a couple of teams have solved, but like, do you guys have I seen this? Great, I have that one too. Wanted to talk about that? Ooh, this looks interesting. You want to read the problem again?
Student is studying on table row I and column J. Another student studying another column. You can hear them if their distance is less than or equal to D. So basically, if your Euclidean distance is less than some amount, you can hear the other person.
Mm-hmm.
With this, Ashley wants to find an empty table where she can hear as few other students as possible. What is the minimum number of students she can hear if she picks her table optimally? So, the important part of the question, what are bounds?
Yeah, it looks like R and C are pretty large, but D is small.
And R and C are...
So the size of... So the number of... There can be a lot of tables, but the number of... Yeah, so there can be a lot of tables, but the number of students is pretty small, and the number of... Or the distance between... the distance over which sounds can be heard can be small, so... One immediate observation is that if the number of tables is really large, then we can guarantee that Ashley will be able to find a table where she can hear no other students, just simply because like if R is 10 to the 9th, for example, then 1,000 students, each of which can be heard over a distance of 2,500, can only cover a like total horizontal length of 1,000 times 2,500.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a good point.
So in
So
that
we
sense, we
know
can perhaps like
like
bound
R
R
and
and
C
C.
are at most like 10 to the 6.
Right. And even then, like if it's 10 to the 6 by 10 to the, it seemed like we can probably also do some kind of area bound,
Mm-hmm.
perhaps, where like but anyway, so we can think about it, but it seems like at least like doing a big O of R solution should be feasible.
So how much area is each circle? Like
Yeah, we could always like approximate it
2,500
using a
squared?
square, so about like 5,000 squared.
Yeah. So that is kind of a lot.
Yeah, I mean 5,000 squared times 1,000, that's gonna, or and then like if we and then either our, although I guess the issue is like it's not clear that that's actually the number of tables that will like some of the radius might not cover, or some of that area might not actually cover the tables, but if we assume that it all does, then we know either R or C has to be less than the square root of 5,000 times 5,000 times 1,000, which is about like 5,000 times 30 or 150,000.
And can you only sit at an integer space, like a lattice point?
Yes, it looks like that. So yeah.
Okay.
One thought, let's see, what's the time limit on this, I wonder? So it's 4 seconds, so what I wonder is could we just do something really simple where we figure out like, okay, if R and C are both larger than 150,000, then the answer must be 0 because we know, or like about 150,000, let's say.
Mm-hmm.
Then the answer must be 0 because we know, sorry, I can't talk because we know that the students can't cover enough space to actually like hit every table.
And if it's smaller than that, you can brute force whichever's smaller, the row and column, and like do, or I guess just always do the row, and then process every student.
Exactly. So for
row?
each row, we can figure out what interval each student's range covers, and in fact, each student, and that actually should or maybe we don't even need to do this like square root observation. Maybe what we can do is we can just say each student is only going to be relevant for at most 5,000 rows. So that means that the sum over all rows of how many students are relevant is going to be like at most 1,000 times 5,000 or 5 million.
Oh.
And so that means we can sort the students by row. We can like insert students as they become relevant and drop them if they stop being relevant. As soon as we reach a row with no relevant students, we can just say, okay, the answer is 0. We're done. And that way, even if R and C are large, we're going to be okay. But otherwise, we can just figure out like, we can then like for each of those students, we can solve kind of a sub problem where we figure out like the range for each of those students, and then we do like a separate, I don't know what to call it, like whether it's sort of event processing thing where we like sort the endpoints of like where each student comes in and out of our range, and figure out the minimum number of students that can be heard for that specific row.
This simultaneously to me seems like it's both very difficult to do a more general solution than that, and then also the bounds are set very low, which makes that suspiciously accurate.
Yep.
Are we right on track here?
Should I spoil everything, or do you want to keep
talking? If the answer is just yes, then
all right, let me give the judge's perspective here. So indeed, you can, based on the given bounds, like R and C being large is kind of a red herring. Although none of the judge solutions explicitly looks for 0 in that fashion, you can just kind of, or at least mine doesn't.
Maybe so let me ask, if D were bigger, would this be impossible?
If D was bigger, like our solution does depend on the fact that D is small.
Okay,
yes.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah.
Our solution is like O of n times D, and I think there's probably a log n factor in there somewhere.
Well, I think that's what mine is doing as well.
Yeah, so to sort of spell out the solution sort of in detail, we're going to do a line sweep over the plane. And so as mentioned, a student is only relevant for at most 5,000 rows. And in fact, the only sort of interesting points for a student are the ones that are on the circumference-ish of the circle.
So like the highest or so like for each row, the leftmost and rightmost points of that row that intersect the student's range is all that you really care about.
Yeah. So you can compute all these intervals, and then you do a line sweep, and then you have the sub problem of you have all these intervals, find an empty one that find an empty slot that touches the minimal number of intervals. And then the only thing you need to do is if you ever see that the answer is 0, you just stop and print 0 immediately.
Yep, that sounds like I guess exactly what I was trying to describe. Yeah, so this I guess is a good example of a problem that is maybe a little bit easier than it looks, just because the 10 to the 9 bounds are really scary, and then it turns out, just like Nick said, they're a red herring and you don't actually need to think that hard about them.
Yeah, it makes sense.
And then once you
go
ahead, David.
And this only has, looking at the scoreboard, this only has one solve for us.
Yeah, for us it has 3 solves. Let me see which teams those are, but I bet if I was the top team, oh wait, maybe 2 solves. Hold on, let's have a look. So UCF Apocalypse Attack and Maryland White have both solved it. Yeah, go UCF. And then no one else. So yeah, I would hope at least that the North America Championship level teams are going to be looking at this one before too much longer and giving us some thought, hopefully attacking it in the last 2 hours of the contest, because I definitely think that for a team that's like at least a team in the top 2/3 to 3/4 of the NAC pool, I would think this would be a very approachable problem for them once they spend a little time on it.
And you're certainly right, but I'm going to play devil's advocate here.
Okay.
To a lot of teams here,
leaderboard effect is you about to say?
It looks like leaderboard. I was going to say leaderboard effect for K, actually. I mentioned that earlier, but the big one is the geometry effect. It looks like geometry. You have circles, you have intersecting circles, you have lattice points. It looks scary. So a lot of teams, I think, are getting scared away from this when really they shouldn't. They could do it.
That's a good point. And we also, the other geometry problem in the set, the one that I think is like probably more real geometry, so to speak, is problem L. And I think that problem has 0 attempts so far. I guess not having read the entire set, I wouldn't be surprised if it was the hardest one in the set, although I think maybe there's going to be some... I could imagine there being like some clever trick that makes it more doable.
Is it segment drawing?
Yes.
Do you want to talk about that real quick? I know it's scheduled for our meeting to end here, but do you want to talk about J real quick and before you go? All right.
This is L for us, but
segment drawing.
Yeah. Do you want to read it? I read the problem quickly earlier, and I thought about it a little, but didn't have a ton of immediate ideas.
I'll read it real quick just in case. This is geothermal, by the way, but yeah, I'll read it real quick. So segment drawing, you're given some points paired with an equal number of line segments. All points are strictly above the x-axis, and each line segment lies completely on the x-axis. None of the line segments share any common points. So you have disjoint line segments and you have points above the x-axis. You would like to draw some new line segments for each one, one for each given line segment pair. The ith drawn segment must connect this point to its corresponding segment. Okay. And the corresponding point between the ith, between point I and line segment I is fixed. You cannot rearrange which point connects to which segment. Otherwise, it'd be easy. You just sort them and then go left to right. No 2 drawn segments may strictly intersect, but is allowed to have one drawn segment touch another at an endpoint. You'd like to find the minimum total length of all drawn segments, or determine it's impossible. Oh, minimum length. Okay. Determine it's impossible to draw all such segments. So it could definitely be impossible.
Right. If we have 2. So if we have 2 points where the line segment for point 1 is to the left of the line segment for point 2, but then point 1 is to the right of point 2, and they're at the same like y value. Oh yeah, you can draw. That'll be better. Then there's going to be no way to avoid the segments crossing. Yep, exactly like that.
So I guess first question is it possible? We have to solve that anyway.
Yep. I mean, for this example, obviously no.
I guess, yeah, one thing you're interested in is like this space. In this space.
That's a good point.
Like those are your choices.
Right.
if you ever have yeah, since they never cross, is the best you can always, if you make them as long as possible, does that always, oh, it might not for weird reasons.
Yeah, I mean, I guess like for any, this is interesting. I guess like so if like they had, I think the main interesting case would be if they had different y values and then one can sort of go over top of the other.
Yeah. But the topology is kind of interesting, right? Like the order of the order of the segments that you draw on the bottom.
Right.
Always. Because these never intersect. So for example, blue will always be to the left of white.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So yeah, I mean that's maybe that doesn't mean much, but
yeah, I mean, I guess we know that. I guess like we know that the fact that blue has to be to the left of right means that like, or it sort of limits the set of segments we can draw for blue, right? And in particular, the set of segments we can draw for blue doesn't depend on which segment we draw for white, because blue just has to like, blue can use any segment that will go over top of white, and then it'll be fine.
yeah, exactly.
So like I sort of wonder if there's just going to be some like angle sweep thing going on here, where like I guess what I'm wondering is, will there be a case where like what blue segments we can use depends on what white segment we use, or vice versa?
Well, so like what are the requirements for the blue segment here? You have to go over. So for all of the things that are above you, you don't affect it.
Yep.
For all the things that are equal to you, you can't affect it.
Right.
And then
Or else if you can't affect it, then the answer is automatically no.
Yeah, exactly. And then for all the things that are below you, you don't care which direction they go, because you either have to go to the left of them or to the right. Yeah.
Because your ending point is going to be either like strictly left or right of theirs.
The direction you go is determined by where your segment is relative to them.
Right. So it
is
seems
N
like
big? How big is N?
100,000.
Oh, that's where it's hard.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I guess like theoretically though,
but like right now we have an N squared, right? That's pretty easy.
I would think I think so. Like, because what you're saying is like all the points below it, we just need to make sure that like, I guess that we go like to the left of any of the points that belong on the right, and to the right of any points that belong on the left.
Yeah, exactly. So you're blue, you have a left endpoint and a right endpoint. So right now your requirement is you have to be over here and you have to be over here. Yeah. And then for every point, yeah.
So like basically we like start with, I think like it might be helpful to think of these in terms of angles that the line makes. And we have like sort of a range of angles that we can start with, just determined by the endpoint. And then each additional like point that we have gives us another bound on the angle that we use.
Exactly. Yeah. And you just do a for loop for all the things below you, and then you get like a new requirement for each of them. And then your blue things are here, right? And now your point is here. Like, so once you're done, this area here satisfies all the requirements. So you pick the closest one to your segment, or your point. So now the question is, how do we make it fast?
Yes. I think you were a geometry. Were you a geometry person on your team?
I was.
Yeah, that's why I thought I was. I was very explicitly not the geometry person on my team, so this might be more of a you problem than a me problem. Let's see.
I'm feeling. Wait,
you got something?
This is a convex hull problem. It's a convex hull problem. It's yeah. So let's imagine you have a convex hull.
Okay. Right?
And you want to know the thing that's farthest, that's tangent to this.
Yep.
And that's going to be your most extreme. Like you have a clock pointer, and you want to rotate it down until you hit the tangent thing here.
Interesting. Okay, hold on.
And these are all of the things that come after you. And then you'll have another one for all the things that come before you for these ones here. So all the white segments come after blue, and all the green segments come before blue. And the green ones have their convex hull, and these ones have these. So you'll have 2 requirements, which are that
so you'll
one.
do like so you'll do sort of like you'll sort of do like a left to right and then a right to left processing of the by segments.
Exactly, yeah. So now the operations you need add to convex hull.
Yep, which you can do.
It's a huge pain, but you can do it. And then you need tangent point to convex hull, which you can also do. Yeah. If you have the left, you split it into 2 halves, left half, right half. Mm-hmm. But I fully understand why no one has solved this yet. Because it's a big pain. Yeah,
so this might be this reminds me a little bit of the East Central NA, or not East, just the East Conference. I guess East Central from from last fall, where the last problem was the geometry problem D. That like on its face, the algorithm to solve it was not super involved, but then just like implementing all the details and getting it right was a massive pain.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, really quick, are we right? Is this the right idea? Do you have convex hull in your answer?
I do not.
What?
In fact, so we know that there are solutions that are based on like decremental convex hull techniques, and everyone that I have talked to, like, I think that's like their first instinct, and then they're like, you are cruel people. Why did you put this problem on the contest? But there is actually a very simple, not even really that geometric solution. Like, this problem is geometric, but I would say that the amount of geometry that you need is virtually non-existent. Hint, hint. So,
cool. So geothermal's got to go in a sec. So let's not.
Yeah, I'm not in a huge rush. I don't have like something else going on.
Okay, so let's consider looking at the segments from left to right. So let's just look at like the leftmost segment, and you just like you have the point and it exists somewhere.
Yeah.
So I think the claim is, and I might have mixed up the directions because I've mixed this up in my head many times, but if you take like the point that corresponds to the leftmost segment, and it is possible to connect them. It is always possible to connect the leftmost point with the like left endpoint of the segment.
Yep, I think I agree with that.
Okay, so now the question. So
we sort of want to figure out like how close we can get it to being a like straight down segment, right? Like,
well, we don't even need to think about that necessarily. Mm-hmm. I think the question to think about is like, what is the rightmost point that we can connect it to? So ask that question instead. So ask, what is the leftmost point on the segment that you can get to, and also what is the rightmost point that you can get to? And that might be the empty set. If that's the empty set, it's impossible. Otherwise, the sort of the crucial or a crucial observation is if you can hit the left and you can hit the right, you can hit anything in between.
Yep.
Yeah.
So now you just have to ask, what is the left and what is the right?
But this, like, how do you do this fast? Like,
so
like yes, I see you can do this, but
okay.
Where do you factor in?
Let's start. Let's loop over the points from like in left to right order by segment, and then you maintain a stack of your points. If there is if your current point in the stack is like above you, then you ignore it. You can ignore it because you're gonna repeat this process again.
Real quick, what is this like? How are we sorting the stack?
The
stack is left to right.
You're looping over the points in left to right segment order.
Yeah.
And so the order in the stack is obviously fixed.
And so when does that in the stack?
I'm going to describe that.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
So you take a current point and you look at the point in the stack. If the point in the stack is at the same height or lower, you can do some math to figure out if this impacts your current point.
So like, let's say we're going to add this yellow one, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we have the pink and the green on the stack.
If we're looping from left to right, then the orange point doesn't interact with anything, right?
Which ones are the pink? Here?
The orange point doesn't interact with either the green or the pink and present, right?
This is orange?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, I see
yellow.
green, pink,
Yeah.
and orange. Maybe I'm
Let's call it
watching.
yellow. Let's call it
Okay.
yellow. So
So like imagine that the pink point was like further to the right, and then the orange point was like to the left, but above it a little bit. Then you can get this like then you get this effect where the point, like the closest way to get the point to touch is that the point ends like the orange point, it touches the pink point on its way down.
Yeah. So, but what is the stack?
So the stack at this point would be like the green point and then the pink point. And so now so these points are like potentially constraining. Like these points can potentially constrain where you are. Because these points are already like to the left, you have to make sure that when you draw your line segment is always to the right of those points.
Oh, and this is always going to be a convex hull, and that's why they're the same.
Yeah.
Yeah. Makes sense.
So wait, hold on. So how are we deciding like when to add and pop things from like I guess like the I think like the one part I don't understand is that like we're sort of saying whatever point is at the top of the stack is the one point that we need to be careful about. And I guess I'm still not clear on how we're determining which point that is.
It's the same stack that you have when you do convex hull.
Okay.
Because it's like the potentially constraining points.
Yeah.
So like if you have this yellow here and you add this yellow point here, this pink point is no longer in the convex hull, so it's no longer ever going to be constraining.
Nice.
Yeah. So you don't need this weird like convex hull addition thing, I don't think.
Cool.
Yeah, like I mentioned. Before you go, Geothermal, thank you so much for joining.
Thank you.
We have some people in the chat congratulating you once again on your LGM status, and I would like to do the same as well. So well done, congratulations. I hope one day I might make it there.
Me too.
It's dubious, but well done.
Thank you very much.
All right, we'll see you around. Thanks so much.
Good
Have
seeing
a
you,
good
David.
rest of your
Thanks.
stream. Bye.
Bye.
I think we're in.
All right, let's get my camera back here. All right, cool. So out here, UMD White has taken the lead from UCF Apocalypse Attack with an accepted on one more problem. Let's see, which one did they get now? I think they might have gotten... I'm not sure, I need to check. That's exciting. It's a big shakeup. Where are we? So UMD... Alright, so UMD's most recent solve is problem F. Have we read problem F? We have not. Maybe we'll read problem F in a moment. So UMD has solved F. UCF is attempting it, but they haven't gotten it quite yet. And so that puts UMD in the lead. Now UCF could just as easily take it back. They have a penalty lead of over 450 points. At this stage in the contest, it seems highly likely that if UCF is at least tied for the most for the most problems solved, they'll be our champions. However, if UMD is ahead on problems, then that doesn't even matter. So we'll see. UMD is still going for J. I think like C and J, I feel like both of those that we talked about with David are very feasible. Like their teams that a lot, or their problems that a lot of these top competitors should be able to do. And so, yeah, it's mostly a matter of like when the teams figure that out and when the teams end up making substantial progress on it. But now I think we haven't gone down the scoreboard a little bit, or in a little while, so I'm going to hide the statistics real quick and we'll do a little lap real quick. All right, let's see. So here we've still 5 points, or 5 problems is still enough to be in the top 25. 22 teams have 6 or more. And then let's see. So here we're down. We've got some 5 problems, some 4 problems. So it looks like things usually in the middle to the end of a contest tend to slow down for outside of the top few teams, as we've got the 2 Swarthmore teams are in a tight competition at 46th and 49th. Yeah, typically the top teams are really good at just maintaining their stamina and continuing to solve problems to the end of the contest, and that's something that teams tend to get a lot better at with training. And we still got a substantial number of teams down with chew problems. It seems like most teams have figured out the chew easy problems D and M, and have at least made some good progress on those. A couple with problem M, but only a few teams don't have any problems yet, and most of them haven't submitted. So it may be that they just signed up but didn't make it to the contest. So yeah, overall seems like things are going great. It's a good set. We have about an hour and 40 minutes left for UMD to try and solve these last 3 problems. Going to be really interesting to see if they can do it. And then plenty of time as well for UCF to try and catch up. Or even UT Dallas Whoosh is going to be a little bit behind UMD on penalty time. But theoretically, they are University of Virginia Gord Zero. They could, or there's every chance that they could go up to 11 problems and take the lead. So I think that it's going to be unclear until the end how the competition is going to pan out. Let's see. Okay, maybe in just a moment we'll read F. Okay. Yeah, problem F. Let me get my page open. Show you all my Firefox. And don't want problem L, we want problem F, matrix fraud. All right, a matrix is a binary matrix if its entries are 0 or 1. It's a banded binary and matrix if its rows and columns satisfy the following properties. Every row has a 1, every column has a 1, all the 1s in each row are contiguous, and if SI and TI, let's see, for row I, if SI is the leftmost column that has a 1 and TI is the rightmost column that has a 1, then it must satisfy SI is at least SI minus 1 and TI is at least TI minus 1. So in other words, the left and right endpoints have to shift to the right. And we want to find the fewest number of toggles necessary to create a banded binary matrix. Wow, that's neat. Okay. I mean, I guess the first thing that I would think to do is like you could do a DP where you do like DP of I and then like the current row or the current like row and the first and last column in our current row. Interesting. Okay, this is kind of neat. I wonder if how much we know about how the columns behave based on these constraints. So I guess it seems like each column by necessity has to correspond to like a contiguous sequence of 1s. Like in other words, I think that these two properties both have to be satisfied with respect to the columns as well. What does that get us? I'm not sure, but interesting. Seems kind of tricky. So let's see. So for this example, I think we can just change this 0 into a 1, and then we get the matrix that we're looking for. So it seems like in some sense we basically have to like maintain 2 paths where like basically I'm thinking we can like trace through the top 1 and the bottom 1 in each row, and we just basically have to make sure, or we just basically we have to make sure that like outside of this path we have as many zeros as possible, and then inside the path we have as many ones as possible. So and then wait, what's the time limit on this? So we know the time limit is just 1 second, but what I'm wondering is if we do like, so if whichever is the smaller of R and C has to be less than the square root of 2 times 10 to the 5th. And so that maybe we can do something with somehow. Interesting. Okay, I'll need to think about this a little more. Let's see if there's anything going on the scoreboard in the meantime. So let's see. UT Saffron has gotten their 7th problem. They've jumped into 11th place. Still 3 teams on 9 problems. Not sure any of them have made any wrong submissions yet. University of Virginia Spicy Chicken is has gone wrong answer. I think now is a good time to maybe talk about where the NAC cutoff is likely to or is likely to be based on the current rankings. So let me pull up something real quick. Okay. So again, we're guaranteed at least 3 teams will advance from each of these regions. Last year, 5 teams advanced from Mid-Atlantic, 4 from South Central, and 3 from Southeast. So that suggests that there would be 3 wildcard teams. So based on the scoreboard as it is right now, first let's look at Mid-Atlantic. So for Mid-Atlantic, we would expect, UMD White, which has comfortably surpassed UMD Red. And let's see, Johns Hopkins, meanwhile, they got wrong answer on problem H. University of Virginia and Johns Hopkins would get automatic qualification that way. For South Central, we would have UT Dallas Whoosh, UT Austin White Boxes, which, by the way, is just super close to UT Orange. It's just, 7 penalty apart, if I'm seeing the number correctly. And then Texas A&M Goon has taken a tentative lead over Texas A&M Hyatt on FFT, but if Hyatt on FFT could just as easily solve problem B and then take the lead right back. And then in the Southeast, we have UCF Apocalypse Attack in second, Georgia Tech Gold, and then University of South Florida Boots. And those seem like they have a decent lead over the next team is Clemson University, down with 5 problems. So it seems like right now at least those three schools seem like pretty safe bets to make. NAC, Apocalypse Attack, Georgia Tech Gold, and USF Bulls. And it does look like UCF Apocalypse Attack and Georgia Tech Gold have a pretty decent lead on the other UCF and Georgia Tech teams, and likewise University of South Florida Bulls has a good lead over the other USF teams. So right now it's those top 3 teams in the Southeast feel like they're pretty safe bets to make NAC. And so now if we go back and we look at who's going to be competing for those wildcard slots, so let's see, UMD, UCF, UT Dallas have all made it. University of Virginia is safe. Johns Hopkins is safe. Georgia Tech is safe. Let's see. So again, UT Dallas, UT Austin, and Texas A&M are. So it looks like then Duke is. Duke is looking like they're in a good position for a wild card. And there's a lot of repeated schools up here, so we're skipping a lot of teams. But Duke, it looks like gets the first wild card. They're 4th in Mid-Atlantic. And they just solved another problem, so they're on 7. So good for them. And then let's see, afterwards a lot of repeat schools. Rice University, the Owls could get a wild card, and then University of Virginia look like and they just submitted their 4th attempt at problem B. Let's see how it does. Looks like it's just passed another test case, it looks like. Anyway, University of Virginia World Peas looks like they could get their still wrong. Looks like they could get their wildcard slot. That being the 3rd wildcard slot, and they're placed right now 5th in the Mid-Atlantic region. Still a lot to play for. I mean, right now that implies that every team that's the best, that's top ranked in their school and has at least 6 problems, is going to or would advance to NAC if assuming that they're the same 3 wildcards as last year, which is a big if. That's not guaranteed. And so I guess my and so I would think that if I was on 8 problems right now and I was ahead of the other teams from my institution, I would feel pretty good about my chances of making NAC right now, even if I end up just sort of suffering for the rest of the contest. With 7 problems could make it, but would be a little bit more borderline. And then I don't know about, and I don't have a great sense of 6. Like, it depends a lot on how many teams are able to solve one more problem before the end of our contest today. So yeah, a lot of excitement. I think for problem F, let's go back to this. Whoops. Yeah, I think if implemented carefully, I think like some kind of n times square root of n dynamic programming solution could work, where your dynamic programming state is like assuming there are more rows than columns. It's the row you're on, and then yeah, it's the row you're on, and then the range of columns that you're using within that row. And then you just need to be careful to make sure that basically if you start with I think the main thing that I'm worried about is you have to be careful to make sure that no column ends up being completely empty. So maybe like there's some trickery that you have to deal with there, but I know something like it seems like it might work. I mean, I guess maybe the way to think about it is that this is interesting. Maybe the way to think about it is that for each is that if we are at a certain like row and column, if we want to use like for example rows 2 and 3 in columns 2 and 3 in row 2, we can't use any columns past 3. And we need to make sure that we need to make sure that our start column is 2 or earlier and that our end column is 3 or earlier. But we also need to make sure that our end column isn't just like 1. This might not be a good example. If we want to use rows 3 and 4, then our end if we want to use columns 3 and 4 in row 2, then our end column in column 1 can't just be 1. Okay, so that's kind of an interesting setup. Oh, and UMD White has just gone up to 11 problems solved. How did I miss that? 1,100 penalties, so UCF could still take the lead back, but again, they're looking like they're in a great situation. Oh, sorry, I just realized you can't see the problem F that I'm working on, so I apologize for that. Anyway, sorry. So the University of Maryland just solved problem J, the interactive. It took them 2 attempts. So, meanwhile, UCF Apocalypse Attack is continuing to attempt problem F, but to no avail. So that's helping UMD quite a lot. And looks like UCF and UT Dallas, most of these teams on 9 solves still have J to go for, and I think J is a pretty doable problem. So yeah, we'll see. This is getting pretty interesting. But UMD now just has 2 problems left, and neither of which I think has been solved by anyone. So they're in an excellent position, provided that UCF doesn't catch up. All right. So let's see. Looking back to problem F. Yeah, it's an interesting setup because if we're doing this n times the square root of n solution, we definitely can't do any, we definitely don't want to add an extra log factor or anything like that. This is pretty interesting. Let's see, Duke University just got their 7th problem. So they're moving up to 8th place. Georgia Tech, it looks like, is going for, this would be, I think, their 9th problem. Is that right? It's problem C, so it's a doable problem. Let's see how they do. Duke McLaren is getting TL. Georgia Tech gets TL on problem C, unfortunately. It's time limit exceeded. UT Austin, White Boxes is attempting problem H. Yeah, so I guess for this problem, some kind of n root n log n solution should exist, but it definitely isn't going to be fast enough with just a 1 second time limit. So we'd have to do something better. And let's see, UT Austin's submission is just about finished running. Let's see if they get it right. It's accepted, and they move into 6th place. Guess it looks like they probably moved from the bottom of the, or from towards the top of the 7 solvers to the bottom of the 8 solvers, very roughly. Yeah, so they're still ahead. They've moved ahead of Georgia Tech Gold. Still a problem and change behind UT Dallas Whoosh. So not quite at South Central regional champion level yet, but we'll see if they can carry this momentum forward and get another problem done. Let's see, we haven't done problem or looked at problem H. Maybe I'll read it real quick. All right, problem H. We're editing a list of spreadsheet cells which are initially empty. We have 2 types of operations. We can select a consecutive range of cells and change their values to a positive integer of our choice, or we can select a consecutive range of cells and delete their values. And we have to figure out the minimum number of editing operations required to obtain those values. Okay, interesting. So, what's the time limit? N equals 800, 4 seconds. Yeah, I could imagine this being some kind of range DP thing, but I would need to think about the formulation. So like one thing we could do that I think would be O of n to the 4th would be we could do a range DP in, wait, maybe this doesn't. So I guess what I'm thinking is that so for a given, here I can't edit my code. Let's see, maybe can I want to find somewhere where I can just start typing. Okay. So 2 cases for RDP. So case 1 is the first operation in this range doesn't paint the entire range. Or no, I guess I should say maybe no operation paints the entire range. In which case, like we would do dp of I j equals dp, or equals max of dp of ik, dp of k plus 1j. We would split into like multiple different, or so in other words, we can like split into multiple different ranges that we do operations on. And case 2 would be that we do an operation on the entire range. And I guess the only case in which this makes sense is if the only case in which we ever would want to paint the entire range is if the first and last values match up. Because otherwise we could just paint a smaller range for the same effect. And in this case, then we would paint the range and then we would have to paint over it a little. But I guess the tricky part is that like some of these cells will already be taken care of without any painting, and so that's something that we would have to consider as well. So that's pretty interesting. Yeah, it feels like maybe some kind of range DP should work with like a little bit of tweaking, but I think the existence of the zeros in the array makes this somewhat harder. I guess if the DP is like DP of I of j, DP of ijk is the minimum cost for I dot j if initially the color is k. I think maybe a lot of these. No, maybe not. Yeah, okay, this is interesting. Oh, well, I guess maybe one observation is that these DP of IJKs can differ by at most one, because if the range is not already painted, if like we can change which the initial costs for the price of one. So interesting. Maybe this would take a little more thought. All right, let's check the scoreboard again. See, still 3 teams on 9 solves. Texas A&M final boss has gotten up to 7 problems. So final boss is now the 2nd ranked team from Texas A&M over Hyde on FFT. Congratulations to them. And maybe we'll show the Division 2 scoreboard real quick. Let me pull that up for you. All right, so it's still a tight race between Georgia cross country team and UMD purple. UMD is tied with Georgia Tech, or sorry, not Georgia Tech, is tied with University of Georgia on problems, but behind by a decent margin on penalties. So they're going to need to solve a problem that University of Georgia missed. It looks like E, which is this problem that was on our Division 2 but not our Division 1 that David and I talked about, is still unsolved by the teams in Division 2. And now maybe we'll go down the scoreboard and let's see how the rest of the teams are doing. Okay. Decent number of teams on 6 or 7 problems. About 40 teams over 5 problems. It's like a good mix of schools. All right, nice. So once again, it looks like problem H, the sevens problem, is the most approachable in this set, but it does still look like most of the teams were able to get at least one problem. So that's really exciting to see. Oh, and University of Georgia just became the first to solve problem K in Division 2 and moved up to. They stay in first, but now they're a full problem ahead, plus some penalty time over University of Maryland. So yeah, University of Georgia gets first to solve on problem K, which is the same problem. I think that's also in It's the same problem as problem K in Division 1, but let me check on that real quick. Yeah, so it's the same problem. So you can see there's a significant gap between the two divisions in the sense that K, which is a problem that a decent number of teams have gotten already in Division 1, is one of the harder problems for the Division 2 contestants. And I'll maybe show some of the problem statistics. We can see that E and L are still unsolved. L, I'm not surprised there are no solves yet. E, oh hey, new submission on C from UT Dallas, but it gets wrong answer. Yeah, so C, it looks like some teams are trying, but without too much success, unfortunately. 3 solves on F, 10 solves on J, 7 on H. Cool. All right, so we in 15 minutes the scoreboard is going to freeze, and what that means is that afterwards all submissions will just be shown as pending. We won't know whether they were accepted or rejected. The teams will find out whether their own submissions were accepted or not, like usual. But the idea is that we want to make sure that it isn't obvious which team won. We want to make sure there's some ambiguity, and so in order to do that, the scoreboard starting from the 4-hour mark, which will be in 15 minutes, will just look the same way it does then for the rest of the contest, and we'll be able to. And all submissions will be shown as pending. I'll have an option that'll let me show you guys what it'll look like if all of the submissions are or end up getting accepted. But yeah, so afterwards we won't be able to see as precisely what the rankings are, and we'll just have to speculate and figure out like which teams could be in contention to win or could be in contention to make NAC. I'm gonna see if there's any questions in the chat that I haven't answered. Doesn't look like it. There's some discussion over whether any teams will all kill this round. I would say. I think it's given that E and L have not been solved by any team so far, I would be kind of surprised if one team solved both of them in the last hour and 13 minutes. I mean, other than like that one submission on E, it doesn't look like a whole lot of the teams are really that close to those two problems as far as we can see. UT Saffron, by the way, attempting F. Looks like they're getting a lot of the way through. And they get accepted, so they move up into 8th place. They're on 8 problems. Not a great penalty time, but it's a problem count that matters most. It took them 5 tries, so a lot of tenacity, so good for them. And let's see, UT Orange going for their 8th problem, problem J. We read problem J? Which one? Oh, that's the interactive, that's right. Let's see if they get it. They're most of the way through. And they get accepted. They move up into 7th place, overtaking UT Saffron, but still behind UT White Boxes by just 20 minutes. University of Virginia, Gord 0 going for problem C, but they got wrong answer. Not going to make it up to 10 problems quite yet. Looks like Duke is going for their 8th problem, problem G, but they've gotten time limit exceeded. Have we read problem G yet? Which one's problem G? We actually haven't. Maybe we can read problem G now. I don't think we've read this one. Okay. I'm going to open up my Firefox again. All right. An IT company has formed an on-call team of software engineers. When services go down, for each service that's down, the on-call team must dispatch a member familiar with that service to take care of it. Only one team member can handle at most one service at a time. The company wants to figure out the maximum value case such that any case services that go down simultaneously can be handled. All right, interesting. I mean, it seems like equivalently we could instead answer a comparable question of like, for each service, or of what's the minimum size of any set of services that can't simultaneously be handled. So for a given service, I wonder how can we figure out whether it can be handled. Let's see. In some sense, the maximum value of n decreases a little bit, because if there are more than like 20 people who can handle any service, then that service can be handled for free, so we can just sort of ignore it. But otherwise, it seems like it's just sort of a matching problem. I wonder if we can do maybe like a meet in the middle kind of thing where we figure out, okay, like which sets of services can be handled by the by like the first half of the engineers, and which can be handled by the second half or something. So I guess like maybe the big O of n times 2 to the m solution would be to say, all right, for each oh, hold on. Here's an idea, maybe. Okay, let me think about this a little bit. Maybe I'm getting somewhere. Okay. Alright, so the goal is to figure out which sets of services can be handled by the workers. So what we're going to do is we're going to maintain which sets of services we know we can handle with the first I workers that we processed so far, and which sets of services we know we can handle that for each service I, which services are there, which sets of services are there that we can handle so far, but we can't handle that set of services plus I. And then when we process a worker, iterate over their skills. And we're gonna iterate over their skills, and then mark all of the sets of services where we can handle that set, but not that set. Okay, and so then for each skill I the worker has, and for each set of skills where they can handle that set but not that set plus I, mark that we now can handle that set of skills plus I. And then add that to this set. So let's see. I think if we do this if we handle this correctly, then each set should only enter like this thing once, or this thing once for each I. So I think the total complexity is going to be 2 to the m times m plus n, or something like that. Time limit is 1 second. I think something like that might work. So maybe this isn't that terrible. If we have time during the scoreboard freeze, we might try to implement this. Make sure that I'm not missing anything with my idea. All right, in any case, we are now, we're closing in on the scoreboard freeze. How far? We are just 5 minutes away. Let's see if we look at the contest page, we can see, oh no, wait, hold on, I think the contest maybe got extended a little bit. Let's see. Yeah, so the contest, it looks like, got extended by 6 minutes, so we have 10 minutes until the scoreboard freeze. University of Maryland went for their 8th problem but got wrong answer. UT Austin fan club is going for their 8th problem, but they got wrong answer on H. Oh, but UT Dallas got their 10th problem, and so now they're ahead of UCF Apocalypse Attack, University of Virginia Gord 0. UCF still has a huge penalty advantage since they were so much faster than anyone else to get 9 problems. So in that sense, there's some potential for them to mount a comeback. But we will have to see. It's going to be a little bit tight. Let's see, which problem was UT Dallas's 10th solve? I think that was just a few moments ago. Yeah, they got G just recently, which that was the problem that we were just talking about. Part of the challenge of these ICPC regionals for the top teams is that a lot of these tasks are pretty doable, but figuring out which ones are the easy ones with so many problems to work on can be really difficult. All right, let's see if there are any questions in the chat. Nope, not at the moment. So let's see. We have 3 submissions on E now, and none of them are correct. Looks like UT Dallas has attempted it, but none of the other teams really have. I guess just for the fun of it, we can read E. Probably won't work on it too hard right now because none of the teams have solved it, and the teams have a lot more time to think about it than I do. So, okay, we're planning a cross-country trip again across N different cities. There are N-1 roads connecting the cities. Each road connects 2 cities and is bidirectional, so we have it, the roads form a tree. We want to visit each city exactly once. We can start or end at any city. It might not be possible to visit each city exactly once using only the roads. In fact, I guess for most trees it shouldn't be. But luckily, we can take a flight between any 2 cities that aren't directly connected by a road. We want to take exactly K flights during this trip. And of course, any road we can replace by... Or, no, I guess the exactly K roads flights constraint is important because we can't, we don't have the option of just replacing a flight with a road with a flight because we can only fly between cities that aren't connected by roads. Interesting. I mean, I guess I would want to characterize when this is even possible first. Yeah, this seems like it could be very tricky. I wouldn't be surprised actually if this turns out to be harder than problem L. and in KR500, which is nice. And the fact that we're asked to output the lexicographically smallest sequence is useful, since in that case we can just do a greedy approach, but this is still going to be a tricky one to get right. Meanwhile, let's see. UCF currently in third place. They got runtime error on problem F. I wonder if I could imagine that being a memory limit error that they could easily fix, and indeed they have they have already resubmitted. See how that goes. They should pass UT Dallas if this is right. No, they get time limit. And in fact, they have 5 incorrect submissions on problem F. So this is quite a tricky one. I'm not sure anyone... We've seen only 4 teams get this problem right, and none of them have gotten it on the first try. So this seems like a tricky one to do well. Let's see. Another UCF team has gotten for their 7th problem is H, but no luck. And looking at the open division, it looks like no teams have solved E. One has solved L. That's the University of Wisconsin longest subroutine team that won 3rd place at the 2022 North America Championship. So L is apparently doable. I think if you have a good geometry person on your team, that this might be one that you can figure out. But E, I can imagine just being absurdly difficult. Surprisingly, C doesn't have very many solves even in the open division. Let's see. UCF Medusa just got a 7th problem. Does that take them above UCF Catalan? It looks like it does. I think UCF Catalan is still on 6 problems. Yeah, it's a tough thing about ICPC because you can have a huge lead when you're starting out. But what really matters in the end is the number of problems you solve. And in this case, UCF Apocalypse Attack, for example, had what seemed like a massive lead early on. But now that UMD White has had the chance to solve more problems as well as UT Dallas, it doesn't matter that UCF has only a fraction of their penalty time. And so UMD White right now also are strong favorites in the sense that even if UT Dallas solves an 11th problem, they'll have a weaker penalty time. So at this point, theoretically, UCF could mount a comeback by solving... I think if they solve F and then J, they could perhaps beat UMD on penalty time. Solving F right now, it's roughly 240 minutes into the contest, would give them a penalty of 240 plus... Oh, and they did in fact solve problem F. They got it on their 5th try, so now they move up into 2nd, and their penalty time is 788. So if they solve J, they can, before the end of the contest, which it seems pretty likely, J isn't, or like a lot of teams are able to do it. In fact, I guess both UCF and UT Dallas and University of Virginia don't have J yet, even though a bunch of teams that are lower in the overall rankings have gotten it. But anyway, if UCF solves J before the end of the contest, that'll add up to 300 minutes to their penalty time, assuming they don't make any mistakes on the way. And in total, that'll give them a penalty time of 1088, which is enough to beat UMD White. So theoretically, UCF could still very, very feasibly win. UT Orange, by the way, is attempting to solve problem F. That's crucial because they need that to get ahead of UT Austin White boxes in order to make NAC. Let's see. And they did it. So now UT Austin White boxes falls behind, but moreover, because they've already taken 2 penalties on problem F, UT Austin Orange is likely going to be even if white boxes solves their ninth problem, if it's problem F, UT Orange will still be ahead. And so white boxes now needs to solve almost certainly at least 2 more problems in order to make NAC. So UT Orange has just taken a decisive advantage. Anyway, where was I? So if UCF Apocalypse Attack solves J at any point during the rest of the contest, they should be pretty safe to pass UMD White, meaning that if I'm UCF, I'm going to try and solve J as quickly as I can. And B, if I'm UMD, I wouldn't feel safe right now. I think UMD very likely is going to need to solve at least one of these extremely hard problems, E and L, in order to win the contest. And granted, I should note that, like, in some sense, this is not make or break for either team. Like, UMD seems like a pretty safe candidate to be the winner of the Mid-Atlantic region, and UCF is likely to win the Southeast. And both, of course, are virtually guaranteed NAC qualification at this point, I would say, based on how the scoreboard is turning out. But even so, there are a lot of bragging rights associated with being South Conference champions. And meanwhile, Johns Hopkins gets their 9th problem by solving problem H. So they pass a couple of other teams. They're in 4th now, and it looks like, though, even if they solve a 10th problem, they're going to stay there because their penalty time will be worse than UCF and UT Dallas. All right, and let's see, how are we doing? We should have just a little bit longer. Yeah, and it looks like the contest is now. All right, yeah. So the contest now has under an hour remaining. That means that we've reached the scoreboard freeze, and we're not going to see the judging results for any remaining submissions. Instead, they're only just going to show up as yellow pending runs. So, all right. So I'm going to take another break for a little bit. I'm going to leave the scoreboard up. When I come back, we're going to have David Van Brackle. He's I believe the chief judge of this competition, so he's the one who's been chiefly responsible for putting all of these problems together. So it'll be really interesting to talk with him both about the problems and about just the process.
Testing.
Oh,
Looks like it worked.
Oh, hello, Van B. Good to see you. I think.
Hi.
Cool. I'll be ready for you in about 8 minutes if that works.
Yeah, that's perfect. I just never trust the microphone, and so I wanted to get on early to make absolutely sure.
All right, perfect. Well, I'm about to take a short break to give my voice a rest, but I will be back in a couple of minutes, and hopefully we can have a chat about the problem set.
Okay, well, I don't have much to say about the problem set because I wasn't a judge this year.
Oh, I see.
But I can talk to you about other things, about how the contest is run and how it's split among the Big South and all sorts of stuff like that.
Yeah, definitely. That sounds great.
Okay.
Cool. Well, I will be back in a couple of minutes.
I'll be here.
Those are our two.
All right, we're back. So I'm going to interview Van B in just a moment, but first I just want to show you. So we've been in the score freeze for a couple of minutes, and you can see right now all submissions are shown as pending. Just to give you a sense of how the results could turn out, I'm now going to switch to show you the optimistic view, which assumes that every team's last submission to each problem gets accepted, and let's see how that looks like. So you can see now that that if all of the other teams get accepted, the top 3 teams stay the same. University of Virginia moves into 4th place. Otherwise, like, no massive changes. UT White Boxes still has not gained or has not or it still does not have the potential to pass UT Orange unless they solve another problem. So that's where we are now, and we will check back soon and see how the contest finishes out. All right. So right now I'm going to hop on and for an interview with David Van Brackle, often or better known as Van B. He's been judging ICPC in various capacities for many years, and so we'll be talking about his experience about the judging process and about how ICPC has evolved over time. So yeah, give me just a moment, and I'm going to switch to our Zoom. Hello, Van B. Give me just a moment. Let me set up the window.
Okay.
All right, and I think I should be able to start my video now. All right, great. Can you see me all right?
I can.
All right.
Can you see me?
Yes. And you are audible. Can you speak one more time and let me just make sure that OBS is picking you up?
Okay. Hi there. Hi, Jay. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm doing okay.
All right, awesome. Okay, great. So I did a bit of a brief introduction. I know obviously that you've been or that you're not judging this particular competition, but that you've been an ICPC judge for many years and been involved with a lot of the evolution of the organization over time. But do you want to briefly introduce yourself to the viewers in your own words?
Well, hi there. My name is David Van Brackle. Everyone calls me Van B. I've been involved with ICPC for the better part of 40 years as a competitor, as a coach, as a judge, and now I am the RCD, Regional Contest Director for Southeast USA. So I've touched every part of ICPC. I am very proud to say that I was on a team that placed second at finals, and that was before most of your listeners were born. It was a very long time ago. And it's given me some of the greatest experiences of my life, and so I just have to give back. I just have to keep being part of it.
Awesome. Well, we all really appreciate it. Do you have, I guess going off of that, do you have any particular favorite experiences that you've had through ICPC? I imagine like places you've traveled for World Finals, for example.
Well, the year we placed second at finals definitely stands out. It was an amazing experience. In fact, UCF, I was from UCF. UCF was so excited that they had local television crews meet us at the airport when we got back home and say, here they are. Here are the team that placed second in the world from UCF. It was an incredibly exciting time. And there's a very dramatic story to it that I don't have time to tell you right now. But we got a submission in the last 5 minutes,
Nice.
which is what pushed us over the top. And back then there was no network. And so it was like floppy disks. We did not know until the award ceremony that problem had come in and pushed us up to second place.
Wow, that sounds incredibly exciting.
It was amazing. It was totally amazing.
Yeah, I've been very impressed with everything that UCF in general has done to support ICPC, following up on what you mentioned. Like it seems like they have just such a very fleshed out coaching program, such a good recruitment process that it seems like they're just building in a consistent pool of talent. And in particular, they're making strong teams from students who maybe didn't have as much competitive programming experience in high school, which I think is really admirable.
Yes.
So that's been great to see. So you mentioned a bunch of different roles from that you've had in the ICPC organization. Were there any or particular roles or aspects of those roles that you've enjoyed the most throughout all of that time?
I think I've enjoyed all of it. I really enjoy coaching. because I'm a bit of a ham and I enjoy being up there in front and lecturing. I enjoy that very much. I enjoy judging because I enjoy trying to solve the problems. And being a chief judge is a matter of managing the team. When you're the chief judge, there's less of the problem solving and more of managing the people. And there have been a lot of things I've had to figure out over the years in order to be able to work with good judges, because good judges are very smart people. And you have to give them a lot of autonomy, but you also have to maintain quality control and consistency. And I've had to, through the years, change my processes little by little. And that is a challenging but rewarding process to figure out the right ways to manage a team to get the best problem set out of them.
Awesome. So can you tell me a little bit about just how the judging and problem composition process has evolved over the years?
Well, I can tell you a bit about what we do right now.
Sure.
I am the chief judge of the North America Championship, and so I'll tell you a bit about what we do there. It's about a 2-month process. We start long time before with a call for problems. Anyone can submit a problem, and the problem can go into a pool. We have 3 tools that we use. We use Git, and every problem is an issue. Actually, I won't say that. Every problem idea is an issue in Git. And we have a spreadsheet where we compare things, and we have Discord chats, Discord to communicate with each other. And we rate each problem by how much we like it, and we may rate each problem by its difficulty. And we come up with a design of what the flow of difficulty we want to be, from easy to hard, how many of this difficulty, how many of that difficulty, and so on. And then we try to rack and stack the problems, how much we like them, what types of solution techniques are required, and try to get a mix of solution techniques. And then once we choose the problems that we want, we always choose one extra problem. Like if we want 3 easy problems, we pick 4 in case one just doesn't work out for some reason, and completely produce it. Now, every problem has a boss, and that boss is responsible for almost everything about the problem. One thing they're not responsible for is the statement, the precision of the statement, and they're responsible for the limits. But the wording of the statement, I take over that in order to have consistency across all of the problems in the problem set. And that has evolved. The boss is one thing that I had that was one to solve that problem of how do you give these really intelligent, really independent people autonomy, but still maintain consistency. And having every problem have a boss. And the boss doesn't necessarily have to be the author of the problem. The boss is just someone who took on the problem and decided that this was going to be their problem to produce. And they are responsible for the limits of the statement, the input, the output, the sample input, the sample output. They're responsible for the submissions that we insist that there be 3 submissions independently from judges that haven't talked to each other. That's to maintain quality control. That's to make sure that we have good data. If 3 judges independently can come up with the same solutions, then we are pretty sure that we have good data. And also, they have to put together a slide presentation on how to solve the problem, and they also have to come up with an input verifier to make sure that the input satisfies the constraints in the input statement, Yeah.
Yeah.
That was probably more than you wanted.
No, that's great to
I
hear.
love talking about it.
And I could imagine that there could be some people in the audience who might be interested in writing problems in the future, and so I think it's great for them to get a sense of what it's all about. Something also that I did, or that I think I didn't have an appreciation for when I was first getting started, was just how much work goes into preparing each and every problem that appears on these competitions. Because you think like it's just a matter of you figure out what the solution is, you come up with you just like write a simple random number generator to get your inputs, and then you run the model solution to get your outputs. But in fact, it's a lot more of a process than that, as you just described, because you have to make sure that all of your inputs are valid, and you have to make sure that your inputs actually cover all of the ways that a contestant could submit an incorrect problem. And so something else that I've seen a lot of judges do is they'll intentionally write solutions that have various bugs, or maybe they intentionally miss a corner case, or or their solution will run too slow, like they'll just write a brute force, or all kinds of other things. And then you have to like make sure that and then you might have to write special input generators to generate inputs that break those solutions and make them fail. And so anyway, it's a whole sorry, go ahead.
Oh, and there's also what they call cheese solutions.
Yes.
Which is something which can solve weak data, but is not what the judges intended to be the solution. And so we have to create data that's strong enough to prevent cheese solutions from passing.
Right, and so if you have a problem where the input is just like an array of 100,000 integers, often just like writing a generator that's just print out 100,000 random integers between 1 and a billion isn't going to get you very good test data. And so I've seen problems where writing the test data, or even where like problems with multiple possible solutions where writing the checker, the program that determines if a contestant's output is correct, is harder than solving the problem itself. And so in that sense, like there's a lot of work, but also a lot of opportunity for judges to exercise creativity, which I think is really cool.
Yes, indeed.
So as the judge and later as the chief judge, did you have either a favorite part of putting contests together and or a part that you find most difficult?
Sometimes the part I find most difficult is working with the other judges. That can be challenging to me. You know, I'm one of those geeky types that not necessarily socially adept. And so working with the other judges can people with strong personalities, and you have to, okay, they're right. You can't react too negatively to them. That's the part that I find most challenging. The part I find most rewarding is, I gotta say, watching the problem set live in a contest, watching the problems come in. As soon as every problem gets solved, I know that all my data was good. And after every contest that I'm the chief judge, I'll put together a histogram of how many teams solved 0, how many solved 1, how many solved 13. And I love to look at my histogram. And something else I do for quality control is I always look at the clarifications. What did we miss? What did we not specify clearly enough? You know? So those are my two metrics. I really enjoy going over those metrics and making sure, and seeing how well our problem set did in the contest.
Yeah, that's great. I think I've definitely felt that as I've gone through the some past ICPC contests, it feels like the quality of the problems and the statements just continues improving over time. And I definitely feel like the last North America Championship I participated in 2022. Were you the chief judge then, or a judge?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
That I felt like was one of the most like exciting and fun contests that I participated in as a contestant, just because it felt like there was a great balance of problems for all levels, and so my team, and as well as it seemed like most all of the other teams in the contest, were just working nonstop until the end. And so it never felt like we were getting bogged down implementing a large number of problems that were simply trivial, and it also never felt like we were stuck on problems that we had no idea how to do. It felt like the difficulty balance came out just right, and so it's been really nice just seeing how that's evolved and improved over time.
I'm very happy to hear you say that. Very happy to hear you say that. We thought it was a pretty good set too.
Do you have any particular favorite problems you've written or contests you've organized?
My favorite problem, I got to tell you, and it's a problem that we can give. We have 2 divisions here in the South.
Mm-hmm.
Division 1, Division 2. Division 1 is more esoteric. Division 2 is more fundamental. It's a problem that we can give in Division 2 because it doesn't require any advanced algorithms. It's called shuffles. And it goes like this. You've got a deck of cards. That deck of cards is a special deck of cards. It can have up to 1 million cards. And the cards are identifiable as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A shuffle, you cut the deck in half and intermix the 2 calves. You can cut the deck anywhere and you can interleave them anyway, okay? I'm going to give you a permutation of the numbers 1 through n. You have to tell me the minimum number of shuffles that could have possibly put the deck in that order, if the cards come out of the deck, out of the 1 through n.
Interesting.
Love that problem. Love it. It can be solved. I'll give you a hint. It can be solved in order n.
Nice. And so yeah, so that's a great example of a problem that's like very simple to state, but I would imagine the solution is not nearly as easy to come up with as it is to, or the problem is easy to understand, but it's hard to actually solve from there, and so makes it a perfect. And even then, I think problems like that where you can at least like keep thinking of and trying ideas, even if or even before you get to the correct solution, can be fun to solve.
Yes.
What
And
contest?
the solution itself can be very small and very simple. The trick is thinking of it. The trick is looking at the problem in the right way and understanding the dynamics of the problem.
Nice.
Love that problem.
What contest did that appear on?
It was a Southeast Regional a few years ago. I couldn't tell you exactly which one.
Nice. Well,
But
lucky
yeah,
for
we
those
put it in
contestants.
Division 2. Yeah, it was in both Division 1 and Division 2.
How many of the teams solved it roughly? Do you remember?
I think mostly the better teams. I think some of the Division 2 teams were more caught up in just programming
Right.
and not, the algorithms. You got to learn to program before you can start thinking about algorithms. So I think a lot of them were on that more basic level. I don't remember. I'd have to go back to my scoreboards and see.
Awesome.
But I love that problem.
Yeah. So switching gears a little.
Okay.
Of course, like back a couple of years ago, the contest happening today would be 3 separate contests. There would be one problem set for Mid-Atlantic, one problem set for South Central, and one problem set for Southeast, as I'm sure you realize, but for the benefit of the viewers who may not know. So can you tell me a little bit about how the decision to merge the 3 regionals into the South Conference came about, and just how that whole process has worked?
Well, first of all, I'll answer the second question first. How it's worked has been terrific. Jan Barfield at Mid-Atlantic and Isaac Traxler at South Central have been wonderful to work with. If you look at the world and the other regions, North America is really an outlier. We were the first, and so we have these divisions that are historical. We have 11 regions in North America. All of our regions are tiny compared to the rest of the regions in the rest of the world. So first of all, it's an attempt to get us back in line with the rest of the world. Second of all, developing problems, as you know, is a challenging process. And when we have 11 regionals, we have to put together 11 different problem sets. It really taps our resources to create that many problems. And so if we have fewer regions, then we will have fewer need for problems. We'll have less effort necessary to produce those problems, and we will produce higher quality problems because we're not stretched so thin developing so many problems. So, and it's a lot less effort for us as RCDs to be able to depend on each other. Now, the way we work things in the we call ourselves the Big South. We're the Big South. The way we work things in the Big South, each region gets 3 advancements to the North American Championship. So we'll get 3, South Central will get 3, Mid-Atlantic will get 3. Those are our gold, silver, and bronze medalists. But we get 3 wild cards that are taken from the entire Big South, not from any particular region. They're taken from the merged scoreboard. And so we can maintain our regional identity while still combining our regions and looking more like the world, like the rest of the world, and also reducing, the pressure on judges to keep creating more and more and more and better and better and better problems.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, some other benefits that I personally have noticed are that, like, first of all, like you described, a great feature of that wildcard process is that we know it's perfectly fair because the teams from those 3 regions are working on the exact same problem set. And in the past, like, I've heard of teams that have felt slighted because they didn't qualify to World Finals or to NAC. They were on the borderline, and they felt like it was unfair that they didn't get a wild card and some other team did. And here, like, when you have a specific number of wild cards for the whole Big South, as you say, and they're just distributed based on this shared scoreboard, we know that, like, that these wild cards really are going to the best 3 teams that didn't make it otherwise. And the other nice thing is that it feels just much more consistently competitive when you have these top teams from the different regions meeting each other at this early stage. And so in that sense, if one team, for example, is by far the strongest in its own region, it's still unlikely to be by far the strongest in the South. And so that makes sure that the contest in that can stay competitive for everyone.
And that's a very interesting point, because a team in one region might blow that region away, and they get arrogant and they think, we're the best of the best. But when you compare them to those other teams in the other regions, that makes them realize that, there are some other teams out there that are just as good as we are. And so we're going to have to practice harder to keep up with them.
Right. Yeah. So that all has been great. And so is that just something that it seemed like it had been, or there was demand for it over a period of years, and then finally after COVID, it seemed like the right time to do it?
I don't know if it was COVID that made us think to do it, but it might have been. I don't recall, but yeah, there was a push within ICPC to consolidate our regions, and I think you're right. It was COVID, because we had the divisional contests.
That's what I was thinking
during COVID. Yes, it was. That was the impetus for it. Yeah. So and we decided to do it first.
Mm-hmm.
The three of us, these three RCDs, got together and said, "Hey, let's do this. Let's do this as an experiment." And we experimented with it last year, and I gotta say, it worked. I thought it worked beautifully. I really did. I thought it was fantastic. It was great to be able to rely on those other RCDs to help make decisions. It was great to have a more competitive contest, and that's something. There have been complaints about North America and the quality of North America teams when they get to World Finals. I think that this kind of environment helps boost teams, to push them to become better, to understand that they're not necessarily, they may be the best in their little pond, but they're not the best in the ocean, and they need to work harder to be competitive on the world level.
Yeah, and I also noticed, so this fall, there's a similar situation where I believe that the Northeast North America and East Central, I believe, North America regions combined, and I think Greater New York, which is also in the East Conference, was not part of that yet. But it does seem like this scheme is taking on. And so, Mike,
Yes.
do you think like that's the direction that the rest of the country will be headed in, or the rest of the North
I know
American
it
regionals?
is. I know it is, because there's leadership at the North America level and at the ICPC headquarters level who want it and are pushing for it. Yes. So it will happen. It will happen across the entire North America. And in the ICPC, North America is United States and Canada.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I guess anyone watching from outside of the South Conference should take note. There might be some regional combinations going on or coming up in the near future. And then another evolution of ICPC in North America that I wanted to get your input on was the formation of the North America Championship, because at this point it feels like it's been an institution. It started the first year of the NAC was the first year that I competed in ICPC, but of course not that long ago there was a time when the 11 regionals would each directly advance teams to World Finals. And so I was wondering if you could tell me a little bit about how the NAC came to be, and what was the impetus for creating an intermediate competition between regionals and World Finals?
I have been an advocate. I was an advocate of the North America Championship for 10 years before it actually happened. So I was one of the first who said, we really need this. And my argument was, World Finals is huge, but World Finals is small. And what I mean by that is World Finals gets bigger and bigger and bigger every year. We're up over 200 teams now, because there are going to be, in Luxor, there are going to be 2 finals at the same time. But with the rest of the world growing and growing and growing, since North America has been involved in the programming contest for so long, our growth is limited. The number of spots we get at World Finals is smaller and smaller and smaller. And it was getting to the point where there was another region who, with Southeast, kind of shared. We would either get 1 or 2 teams at World Finals every year, 1 or 2, and they would get 2 or 1, 2 or 1. We would alternate that one. And that doesn't give enough of our teams the opportunity for a next level contest. And why, if only one team is going to advance, and if you know what that team is going to be, because you've got a couple of what we call gorillas in the region who are, extremely strong teams year after year after year, it doesn't give people much of an impetus to compete. And there was also some discussion of the way wild cards worked. We want to know at the end of a contest who's advancing. We don't want to wait weeks later to see who's going to advance. And the North America Championship helped us with that. And there was just a number of reasons why it was a good idea. 10 years ago, I put together a presentation saying why I thought it was a good idea. And I put up a slide that showed these are the teams that advanced to World Finals from North America. This is the teams that would have advanced to a North America Championship if we had one. And so many more teams would get that extra next level contest experience.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's been great it's been great in a couple of ways. One is that, like you said, it gives more teams the opportunity to advance to this next level contest, and it also creates an approachable goal where it seems like the bar to qualify for World Finals gets higher and higher and higher. But if you're a new student entering college or university and you're just starting CS, qualifying for the North America Championship after a couple of years of hard work, it feels like a very reachable goal. And then once you're there, then you have qualifying for World Finals is the next step. But then I think the other way in which it's been very helpful is just this way of building community among the North American teams. And
Yes.
I've gotten to know a bunch of people from different institutions that I wouldn't have met if not for the NAC. There were actually back when I was competing in the NAC, my team from Swarthmore and then a couple of other schools started planning practices together, and those we might not have had the incentive to do that if not for that competition coming up. So yeah, I think it's been a really great thing for the ICPC community. So those two are the big changes that ICPC has gone through, at least back in the time or over the time that when I've been conscious of what's happening within ICPC. Are there any other major broad strokes ways in which the contest has evolved since you've been involved with it?
Well, remember, I've been involved with it since the mid 80s.
Right.
So there have been some huge, I was involved with it back when we wrote our programs to 5 1/4-inch floppies and walked out to the aisle and swung them around and hope a runner grabbed it quickly to take it back to the judges.
So maybe
Because
a
we
better
didn't have
question is, what are
networks.
the biggest changes that have happened in during your involvement with ICPC?
Well, the contest was shrunk from 6 hours to 5 and from 4 programmers to 3. Those were both big. But I would say the biggest change is the global reach. Back when I was competing, there were very few international teams involved, and now there are more international teams than North American teams. And it has gone absolutely crazy, particularly in Asia and in Europe. In Europe and Asia, it has grown tremendously. So I would say that's the biggest change that I've seen is the internationalization of it and how it has just blossomed on the international scene.
Yeah, that's great to see. Okay, so let's see. We just have a couple of
Minutes?
yes, a couple more minutes. But one thing that you talked about a little to some of the teams at my last NAC was that there's a need for more judges and that it's very easy for anyone who's interested to get involved. So I was wondering if that's still the case and if there's anything that you wanted to say to any viewers out there who might be interested in judging for ICPC contests in the future.
Oh, absolutely. We always need more judges, always. And what I would say is there are some people who say, I don't know if I'm good enough to be a judge. You are good enough to be a judge. I say it takes a village. It takes a lot of judges to put together a problem set. And if you do nothing but read my problem set 2 or 3 times and point out where it's ambiguous, point out where it's wrong, point out where it's grammatically incorrect, you're a judge. You've helped make that problem set better. And if you become a judge, even if you're not at the most advanced level, trust me, you will be surrounded by brilliant people who will elevate you. You will be a better programmer if you get involved with judging. And if they want to get involved with judging, all they have to do, I am the director of judging for North America. So all they have to do is send me an email. I am david.vanbrackle@icpc.global. Send me an email and I will get you hooked up with judging. We hold a North America qualifier. We've been using the North America qualifier lately as a training place for new judges. So if you want to learn our process and learn what it is to be a judge, if you've never been a judge before, I can pull you into the North America qualifier, and then we can get you attached to a region, because every region needs judges.
Yep, that's great to hear. And one thing that I'll add related to the fact that judging can be great for people of all different experience levels is that, at least like when I've been involved in preparing programming contests, one of the biggest challenges is that figuring out how difficult various problems are. It's a very easy thing to get wrong, and I think it's easiest to figure out how hard a problem is if you're exactly around the level of the teams that are supposed to be solving it. And so in that sense, people who've been doing programming contests for years and years might have a difficult time determining which of these two problems is an easy problem and which is a medium problem, for example. And so in that sense, like having judges of all different experience levels, I would imagine, could be an invaluable contribution.
Absolutely. We do have that problem that our super genius judges sometimes have difficulty telling what is an easy problem. What's an easy problem to them isn't an easy problem for a freshman in computer science, and we'll have freshman computer science in our division too. So yes, that is absolutely true. We need lots of different perspectives.
All right, great. Well, I'll post your email in the stream chat, and hopefully anyone who's interested can send you a note.
I'd love that. I would absolutely love it. And thank you for chatting with me today.
Of course. Thanks so much for joining. All right, enjoy the rest of your evening.
So, food is here. Don't announce to them the others, obviously.
All right, let's get back to the contest. Okay, let's see. Get my camera back up. All right, here we go. Okay, so first of all, I'm going to post Van B's email in the chat. If you're interested in judging, feel free to let him know. Again, people of all different experience levels are welcome. I've seen like numerous people who have just graduated as competitors move on to judging, and so I think like I don't know what the rules are even for current competitors if you're allowed to judge for a region that you're not competing in, for example. But in any case, if you're interested in writing and helping to prepare problems, could be a good opportunity. All right, so let's go back to the scoreboard. Let's see what's going on. UT Dallas Whoosh has attempted their problem J. So they made 2 submissions, and so that indicates that their first submission probably wasn't correct, because if it was, then they wouldn't need to submit again. So that has the potential to take them above University of Central Florida. They can't pass the University of Maryland with that submission because of the penalty time. But yeah, so we have a couple of more submissions for J, for F, for C. Looks like, and notably, even right before the scoreboard freeze, there were only 3 accepted submissions to C at the top of the board. And so that means that it doesn't look like there's going to be this massive adjustment where where like more and more teams solve C, and then it becomes clear that C is a doable problem. So it could be that C just ends up having far fewer solves than it perhaps otherwise could have if teams locked onto it earlier. Anyway, so we can see that the submission queue is really lighting up. And let's see, a lot of submissions for different problems. So I'm going to flip over to the optimistic scoreboard now, and we're going to see where things stand if all of these pending submissions are accepted. So you can see Maryland White still in first, but Dallas tied with them on problems, just behind on penalty. University of Virginia as well could get to 11 problems if all of their submissions are accepted. UCF Apocalypse Attack, Johns Hopkins, and Georgia Tech Gold, and then the UT Austin fan club could be on 10 problems. So Interestingly, Fan Club could go or can come from behind and pass both UT orange and UT white boxes in this optimistic view. Yeah, and then some teams could be on. We'd end up with more teams on 9 problems and a total of 23 on 8 problems or more. And let's see, we just got a submission from Texas A&M Goon, it looks like, pushing them into 18th potentially. Meanwhile, so one thing to note is that, let's see, so Fan Club down or over in like potentially in 7th place, not necessarily, just resubmitted their H, and that implies that their previous H submission was probably incorrect. And so anyway, it's unclear whether whether they'll eventually get accepted or not, but if they do, then theoretically they could be the top team from the University of Texas. Okay, let's go down the scoreboard a little, see how things are looking throughout the rest of the contest. So let's see. It looks like more and more teams are at least hypothetically getting to 6 problems. Let's see. University of South Florida, it looks like, just had a submission come in. Is that right? Maybe a different team. New submission from University of Richmond. So one thing that's a little bit weird that you'll see with this optimistic view is that teams will submit a new problem and their ranking will go down, or they'll make a new submission and their ranking will go down. And the reason for that is that with the optimistic scoreboard, if you submit a problem, then will assume that you get accepted. If you submit it again, then it'll still assume you got it accepted, but then it'll also assume you got it wrong the previous try, so your penalty time will get worse. And so that means that if you resubmitting a problem can actually decrease your rank, which can make the scoreboard a little bit less counterintuitive in this mode. And in fact, we'll find when the scoreboard is eventually revealed that many of these pending submissions were in fact rejected. But this gives you a sense of what would happen if every team's submissions were accepted. So now let's go back to normal view and let's go over the scoreboard with all of these yellow pending runs. You can see that most of these teams have at least one run that they've gotten through and we're nearing the end. Let me see how long is left in the contest. We have 23 minutes left, so it looks, this is in the open division, sorry. We have only 8 minutes left. So the contest is going to end 6 minutes late, it seems like. And so, hold on, okay. Sorry, 14 minutes left is the final time. It looks like the timer is updated. And so we're really nearing the end, and most of these teams have made progress on at least one more problem, sometimes more during the scoreboard freeze. But it remains to be seen, of course, how many of those submissions will actually be right. So, for example, UT Austin Fan Club, they theoretically could have gotten as many as 10 problems if all of their pending submissions are right. But you can see on the queue on the right that they only had 7 solutions before the scoreboard freeze. So we have to consider. Oh, and in fact, they've submitted solutions to every problem. So it might be that they're just submitting these solutions for fun and not necessarily to reflect that they genuinely solved the problems. But if we switch to the optimistic view, then now we'll see them theoretically in first place. Yeah, so in the optimistic view, UT Austin Fan Club is out in front. In practice, it seems highly unlikely that they've solved all 6 remaining problems in the last hour of the contest. So we'll have to see. But let's go back to the normal view for now, and let's look at the statistics. So we can see now we finally have we have one pending submission on E and 2 it looks like on L, but none of the top teams, it looks like, are claiming to have a solution to either E and L. And so it looks like this could turn out to be effectively an 11 problem contest, with those 2 problems essentially being decoys that the teams have to try to avoid sinking too much time into. What's going to be really interesting, though, is to see whether UCF submits a solution to problem J in the last couple of minutes. Because if they do it, if they get it accepted, they will almost certainly pass the University of Maryland. The only situation in which they wouldn't is if UMD submits E or L, or if UCF makes a bunch of wrong submissions to J first. Anyway, and so this is obviously going to be critical because if UCF has a submission and if it's correct, then they'll most likely be the winners of our contest. And if not, then UMD is heavily favored. So it looks like the result is still clearly undecided, and the last 12 minutes or so of the contest will determine everything. So let's see. Meanwhile, it looks like most of the teams have been... So you can see here that most of the top teams have J, and so the couple that haven't are mostly submitting it to try and fill that gap. Likewise, a lot more teams are attempting H. Many of them have numerous incorrect submissions already, so it may be that the solution they're implementing is not strong or is not the correct idea, and they're sort of spinning their wheels a little. But there also are some problems with a lot of details to figure out where it is entirely possible that you could get the problem right on the 6th try. So we're just going to have to see. But in the meantime, the submissions just keep flying in, and we're going to have to see what ends up happening. Let's see, UCF Medusa just resubmitted their G. They have 6 submissions. Another team has 9 submissions on G. So G looks like it's a bit of a tricky one. Potentially some rather significant room for error. Oh, and UT Dallas Whoosh just submitted J for the 3rd time. Looks like they already had 2 submissions in, so those might not be correct. Looks like things are down to the wire for them. That being said, so it looks like UT Dallas doesn't have much room to become the champions of the entire contest, since even if they solve J, they'll still be behind the University of Maryland. However, there is the potential for them to pass UCF in the event that UCF fails to solve J, while UT Dallas gets it accepted. So maybe for a moment, let's look at the individual regions again. So if we go to Mid-Atlantic, so under the normal view, we have University of Maryland, Johns Hopkins, and University of Virginia in there, with Duke potentially being competitive for a wild card, as well as potentially UNC Chapel Hill down in 29th. For South Central, we have UT Dallas, UT Austin, and Texas A&M. Now, Texas A&M final boss has taken the lead pending the results after the scoreboard freeze. And let's see, is there potential for any of the teams to pass them? Yeah, it looks like UT Orange has submitted to G, so they're trying to extend their lead over UT White Boxes. As a reminder, even if UT White Boxes is solved to F, they'll still be behind UT Orange. And likewise, UT Saffron will still be ahead of UT Orange, even if their solution to H comes through. Let's see. So if we go to the southeast, we've got Apocalypse Attack from UCF, Georgia Tech Gold, and University of South Florida, the same teams as before, still out in front. Doesn't look like there's a whole lot of room for for other teams to catch them. The next team down would be Clemson with 5 problems. And now let's see what this looks like if we're optimistic. If we're in Mid-Atlantic, UMD, so it's still UMD White, University of Virginia, and Johns Hopkins out in front. Duke University would fall. I think its ranking might have fallen behind a little bit, but Duke and Penn would still be very competitive for wild cards. In the optimistic view in South Central, so again, UT Austin fan club at least claims to have 13 solves. Whether that claim is believable, who's to say? But then we've got UT Dallas. If UT Dallas is, if UT Austin fan club doesn't have as many problems as they claim, then UT Austin Orange would be second in South Central. And then Texas A&M, it looks like the top team from Texas A&M is probably going to claim that third slot, but which one it is remains to be seen, since Final Boss was ahead in the normal view, but Goon was ahead in the optimistic view. And then Rice Owls are, both Rice Owls and Rice Better Call the Wambulance are competing for that wild card. It looks like Rice Owls is out in front for now, but the other team could potentially pull ahead by solving a problem in the last couple of minutes. All right, and now if we look at the optimistic view for the Southeast, we have now, or under that framework, Georgia Tech Gold. Oh, Georgia Tech Gold now is claiming 11 problems, so they could potentially pass UCF Apocalypse Attack. And then University of South Florida is still pretty safe. It looks like it's still going to be some permutation of Georgia Tech, UCF, and USF. And then the next team down is Florida International University, which if they get all of their submissions correct, will pass Clemson and will be on 7 problems. All right, let's see. So how are things going here? Yeah, so Georgia Tech Gold at least is, they have 9 submissions to C, 6 to F, and 1 to J. So it's plausible that they might be in a situation where they might be in a situation where they just have multiple problems in progress that they're struggling to debug, and so that could be a difficult situation. UT Dallas Whoosh, by the way, is now up to 6 submissions on problem J, so that indicates likely that they're in a situation where they're just desperately debugging, trying to find the error in the last few minutes, knowing that because UCF hasn't solved problem J yet, UT Dallas will almost certainly pass UCF if they solve J. So in that sense, their penalty time doesn't matter, because if they solve J, they'll already be behind UMD and they'll already be ahead of UCF. So what really matters for UT Dallas is just solving J no matter how many attempts it takes. And so they're likely just like trying every possible thing they can think of to try and get accepted on this problem. Meanwhile, Johns Hopkins just resubmitted problem F. That's their second attempt. Looks like that too doesn't seem likely it doesn't seem like that will allow them to pass any of UT Dallas, UCF, or UMD, but it could protect them from being passed by the other teams that are on 9 problems. And maybe let's quickly flip over to, let's see, the Division 2 scoreboard. So you can see here there are 11 problems solved by University of Georgia and UMD Purple. However, UMD Purple has claimed solutions to the last 2 problems. Oh, hold on, I don't want to scroll right now. Let me fix this. So UMD has claimed solutions to the last 2 problems. And E, which was the problem that David and I went over earlier, it looks like it's a little bit on the hard end for Division 2, so maybe they won't be able to, or maybe it's not clear if they'll be able to solve it. But let's see, did they just resubmit it? Yes, they just resubmitted for the second time, so maybe they're also in a desperate debugging situation. But it seems at least pretty believable that they could solve A because several other top teams have. And the University of Georgia is still on 11 problems and doesn't seem to claim, or has not yet claimed solutions to either E or J. And so it's very plausible that the results could change and that UMD could be out in front, and maybe even that UMD could solve the entire set. Okay. So going back to the Division 1 scoreboard, we're running low on time. UT Dallas has not yet resubmitted their J. What other teams could theoretically be on 11 problems? Johns Hopkins is still only claiming 10. Virginia Gord 0 has 4 submissions to J and 2 to C. UT Orange has 1 submission to C and 3 to G. I think a lot of these have come in pretty recently. Duke Mercedes has just submitted their first attempt to G. So if they manage to get that right on the first try, which seems possible, a decent number of teams have gotten G right on the first attempt, that would give them 8 problems, and that would potentially allow them to pass Duke Red Bull, which Duke Red Bull has also been attempting G, and they've had 9 different submissions so far. 7 different submissions so far from Duke Red Bull. Wait, no, sorry, I'm misreading the scoreboard. Duke Red Bull has 9, Duke Red Bull has 9 submissions to G. Anyway, so theoretically, Duke Mercedes could pass Duke Red Bull. Remains to be seen. It seems like Red Bull has given up on problem H, but might get problem G if the last submission comes through, while Mercedes has submissions to both G and H. Meanwhile, it looks like we've finally seen an attempt from one of the top few teams on problem L. University of Virginia, Gord Zero has attempted it. They also recently submitted to C, so we'll see how that shakes out. And it looks like Gord Zero has just submitted again to C, so there's maybe even a small chance that they might have inadvertently submitted to L when they meant to submit to C or something. But in any case, it looks like they're still working on C, and so that might be their main potential to move up in the leaderboard. And depending on how things shake out, that could allow them to pass Johns Hopkins ISA. All right, let's see. UMD White has attempted L. This is the last minute thing, and because L is a geometry problem, it seems not like it, these problems tend to be very difficult to get accepted on the first try. So we'll see if they manage to get accepted, but it looks like that will add a little bit of mystery to the scoreboard. Meanwhile, we are now down to under 1 minute left in the contest, assuming it hasn't been extended further, which it hasn't. So yeah, let's see. Swarthmore Zombie Villagers just attempted J as their 6th problem. And UCF Medusa submits G. We're down to 20 seconds remaining. Let's see if anyone has any last minute submissions. UMD Black to G, Duke Mercedes to G. Swarthmore Endermite to K. Yeah, we always have, and let's see, it looks like now the contest is officially over. So congratulations to all of the teams. Looks like it was a great competition. And yeah, so I'm not yet sure. I'm communicating with ICPC HQ about whether we'll be able to show the scoreboard resolver live for you. I'm hoping that we will. Let's maybe take a look at the teams now to see what's going on there. Let's see. Maybe this is no longer on the right camera. Let me get this set up. Yeah, looks like we don't have a view of the teams anymore, which is unfortunate. Yeah, so it looks like UCF Apocalypse Attack did not end up finishing problem J in time, which is unfortunate, and so UMD White stands a very strong chance of being declared the winners. But it's also nothing is guaranteed. It could, if University of Virginia, for example, solves all 3 problems they attempted, or if UT Austin Fan Club really did have a massive comeback, then it's possible that they could move down in the rankings. So anyway, I'll check with ICPC HQ to see if I'll be able to show you all the scoreboard resolvers it plays. If so, then that will happen a little bit later this evening. Otherwise, they will. And otherwise, the results will be available on the contest link probably either sometime later tonight or tomorrow morning. Okay. Yeah, so I think that's everything for today, or for at least for the time being. I'm going to flip it over to the stay tuned screen so that we can wait and see if there's a scoreboard reveal, and I'll post a message in the stream chat once I have further information. But in the meantime, thanks to everyone who stuck around to watch the end of the contest. Hope you all enjoyed the stream, and we will see you next time.